Vessel of Hatred is the next big chapter in the story of Diablo 4. When we last left off, we had defeated Lilith, and Neyrelle was sailing south with Mephisto's Soulstone in hand. This is a tremendous burden for someone as young and untrained as Neyrelle.
Welcome,
but
welcome.
somehow
I'm here
she
too.
has found the will to fight, challenging the primeval every step of the way.
Well, they don't.
In this expansion, we follow their path as Neyrelle seeks salvation from Mephisto.
Oh, let's
searches
make
for
some
a way to
coffee
banish
here.
him back to the abyss.
I forgot.
As we
Let's
wrap up
see what
Diablo
Blizzard
4,
has in
there
store
has
for
been
us.
a huge battle in Hell between Inarius, the Cathedral of Lights, and Lilith and all of her demons.
Throughout this entire campaign in Diablo 4, you're basically trying to defeat Lilith, so you team up with people like Neyrelle, who's this young, eager character, and then you've got Laura, who is this sort of wise drunk. He was a Herodrim, so
Wise
he
drunk,
brings this
okay.
rounded, old
Drunken
school
master.
thinking. He ends up being the catalyst of the group.
Inarius believed that if he killed Lilith, he would be accepted again by heaven. So he went after Lilith. He
Highly
actually
doubtful.
stabbed her, and heaven did not take him back. And he had this moment of, I've been wrong this entire time, and she used that against him and ended up killing Inarius.
Okay, stuff is done.
Her goal was to devour her father, Mephisto, and we ended up actually stopping her.
Woo.
And so even though she was defeated, she kind of gave us a warning of, I was the only one that could actually save you from Mephisto.
Neyrelle
Yeah,
is the Soulstone,
probably two
and
bones
she
pierced his death,
decides to take
judging
essence
by
of
how
Mephisto and
Blizzard
trap
does
him into the
bosses.
Soulstone.
Lorath is still with us and is going to try and help us find information on where Neyrelle went.
And so we leave off with her sailing south with the stone, telling you, do not follow. The world might need you. And over time, things start to unfold, and you realize that Neyrelle cannot do this alone. And so you start your search for her. When we pick up in Vessel of Hatred, the Cathedral of Light is kind of in disarray.
It became a bit fractured with the death of Inarius, so there was a bit of a split with the Cathedral of Light afterwards.
This created an opening for a whole new sect to rise up and take things into their own hands. And so you end up with a militant wing of the church that is the Burnt Knights. Burnt Knights are led by Yurvar, a survivor of
Mephisto,
Hell. He's
actually.
uncompromising.
He is
feels
Mephisto.
that he's final
Look at the
judgment
eyes.
and that he's going to make better decisions for the church.
They battled in Hell, and now they're on this manhunt for Neyrelle.
Well,
and
yeah,
for Laura.
wait.
They want
They battled in Hell, and their leader has the eyes of Mephisto. Yeah, I mean, he probably resurrected them, brought them back, and there you got it. The Burnt Knights, led by Mephisto.
them to pay for their crimes, and they think that they should be the ones that have a say on what happens to Sanctuary.
Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred. He's probably the one primeval that can create the most deep-rooted chaos, breaking up
The primeval which died the most in Diablo, in the previous Diablo games, right? For
the
loot.
people of Sanctuary.
In the events of Diablo 2, he was destroyed. He's been slowly resurrecting himself in Hell, and he wants to come back and bring himself back to Sanctuary. And now that he is in this Soulstone that Neyrelle carries, this is his opportunity.
The Herald of Hatred is
I will be
Mephisto's
publishing
form.
the most
It's this
important
astral projected
things
form
that they mentioned
he gets
here
to
on
put out
X.
and connect with the player and whisper in people's ears.
The connection between Neyrelle, the player, and Mephisto is the fate of the world. Neyrelle wants to get rid of him, but the more time she spends with the stone, the tighter the bond between her and the stone is.
The corrupting influence of Mephisto's Soulstone is going to potentially convince her to bring Mephisto back instead of destroy him like she originally wanted. So we need to actually make sure that she fulfills her original intent and doesn't fall to Mephisto's influence.
Neyrelle plans to bring the Soulstone into the Vault of Light so she can purify the Soulstone of Mephisto's essence.
The Vault of Light is this really sacred place that Akarat created. His presence is really important through the history of Sanctuary.
Akarat wandered the world speaking the teachings of the Zakharum faith. His tomb is also said to be in the Vault of Light, which is in Nahant.
Okay.
Akarat is the one who discovered the spirit realm. When the Worldstone was forged and Sanctuary came out of it, this veil was created, and that's what created the spirit realm. Demons aren't there,
Okay.
angels aren't there, it's a very special place for humanity. And for a long time, the spirit realm was not touched. And now Mephisto's corruption is creeping its way. And that's the fear that everybody in Nahantu is thinking about.
Spirituality is really unique to humanity. And in the jungle, it's a big part of their culture.
Aru is this elder, this magical being, a spirit born, and he's really connected to Nahantu. This is his home, this is his ancestral lineage, and he's guiding the player on this journey to help Neyrelle.
We actually find out that there have been sightings of Neyrelle in Nahantu, and we end up following her there.
Okay.
In Vessel of Hatred, this is a story about isolation. We start off with the concept that Neyrelle is trying to do this alone, but at some point,
Time
you
around.
realize that things are escalating. And so we morph from this idea of isolation into the idea of being stronger together.
For someone that has been through the journey that our Wanderer has, that Neyrelle has been through, you feel there's hope that Sanctuary is not going to be lost.
You get to see pockets of sanctuary that we haven't been able to see before, but it's
Well,
still
we've
all
seen
in
them
that
in Diablo
same
2,
tone,
right?
in that same world that everybody loves so much.
Hello, Diablo 4 community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 developer update. This is a very special Diablo 4 developer update, as this is our pre-launch stream before Vessel of Hatred, which is actually going to be shipping here next week, which is crazy to think about. I'm joined here by Mr. Brent Gibson, game director for Diablo 4. I know before we have our big show, you wanted to talk a little bit about Vessel of Hatred and what's to come.
Yeah, this is a really big week. The fact that we're finally
tune
on
it
the
down a bit
doorstep
so my
of
voice could be
shipping
heard as
Vessel of
well.
Hatred is a bit surreal. We've been working on it for a very long time. You know, over the course
Since
of the last
launch,
5
basically.
seasons, so much has changed. And we're excited to talk about some of those details today. Everything kicks off with our epic journey through Nahantu, where we're going to be telling the next chapter of Mephisto. And it doesn't really stop there. We haven't talked about it much yet, but we've actually created a custom quest at the end of the story that leads those players who haven't gotten to endgame will get to endgame.
That's awesome.
Along the way, you're also going to find brand new ways to play with the Kuros Undercity. We've talked about this time attack dungeon. That's super cool. We'll go into more detail on that today.
Nice.
We have our co-op PvE experience with the Dark Citadel. For those hardcore players that like playing with friends, you're going to have something really cool there. And we also have brand new ways of
And for the
gaining
lone
power.
wolves,
Whether you're hiring mercenaries and leveling them up, or finding our new powerful runes that create rune words to sock it into your gear, you're going to have a lot more ways to actually alter.
yeah, I mean everyone's gonna use Warcry and Petrify.
So at the end of all this, we have the star of our show, our class that wants to go fast, the Spiritborn, which you know, everybody got a sneak peek at that quite a while ago, and we have been polishing it and getting it ready to make sure that it's the most fun it can be at launch.
Yeah, and it's great because like we're actually going to be going through all these aspects today in the live stream with our kind of our subject matter experts across each of them. So I know, as we mentioned, next week the Vessel of Hatred will actually be shipping and be released to everyone. Right now, the plan is for it to be out on October 8th, and that is still very much the plan. Still the plan. We actually did release a map earlier this week in our What You Need to Know blog that kind of pretty much contains exactly when each of the release dates are going to be, but players can actually end up doing early download right now on PC Battle.net. We do have early download coming up for console this weekend on the 5th, so there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipe, a lot of excitement going on. The other thing that we did talk about as well is Twitch drops. We do have a Twitch drops campaign that is actually starting at the launch of Vessel of Hatred. It's actually going to be starting on October 8th in Pacific time, so it's about like 12, 16 hours, somewhere around there afterwards, but there's some really cool back pieces, really cool weapons that you can earn, and it goes throughout the whole entire month of October through like that first early part of November. We also have a Support a Streamer program this time around, which is really cool because Support a Streamer actually really helps out some of the smaller streamers that are actually really wanting to, you know, stream Diablo 4, which is really great. If
Yeah.
you gift 2 subs for, or if you actually purchase 2 subs across any streamer that is streaming across Diablo 4 and has this enabled, you'll end up receiving the mount that we actually just showed right there. And then if you do an additional 2, you actually get the mount armor as well. So it's a really cool way of helping out some of the smaller and mid-sized streamers out there that you know, really benefit from some of these programs. And it's great to see all these new faces as they actually jump into Vessel of Hatred. The next thing we do also want to talk about is a cool promotion that we're actually doing with Trolley here in the US. Trolley actually makes some candy. So they're like sour bright crawlers and things like that. There's actually some really cool weapon skins available if you actually purchase Trolley specific products here in the US. We actually have them here on set, but you can see all the cool weapon skins. But if you actually purchase these, and you'll see that they're clearly marked with like Diablo 4, they got the Spiritborn on them, and you can actually end up taking a photo of your receipt, going to a specific site, and then you'll end up getting kind of the rewards in game. And you also have the chance of actually winning an Xbox too, which is really cool. So, and this is a cool promotion that I think Xbox is actually doing across multitudes of titles, including like World of Warcraft, for instance, because this was actually going on with the War Within here at Blizzard. So, yeah, like if you're in the US, look for Trolley products. Thankfully, we have a whole bunch of bags here, so expect me to actually be eating these throughout the stream.
We've had like 7 bags in the last 2 days.
Yeah, as we've been like prepping for the stream, like this has been
Hope they're good.
whole entire diet. Actually, no, I've been eating normal food, but at the same time, this is like my kryptonite right here. So expect me to be eating these throughout the stream. It's my favorite stream because we have snacks now, so I'm like, this is perfect. This is perfect. But one thing, again, we wanted to mention, which is the release date. And I think we have a release date map here. Yeah, as you guys can see, on October 7th in Irvine at 4 p.m. Pacific, or Pacific time, or California time, if you want to say it, is when the actual
it's in the middle of the night for me.
Is going to be
2
launching.
a.m.
This is a global launch, so everyone is coming out at the same time. The world is round, so you can't get everyone in on October 8th, so that's why there's some in on October 7th, but we wanted to make sure that we could get as many people in on October 8th, and of course a little earlier on October 7th, but everyone's coming out at the exact same time. So looking forward to everyone jumping in. We do have an action-packed show today, a lot of stuff to cover. We are going to be hitting up on the patch 2.0 PTR changes first.
First up, that's the most important
because
thing.
We have so many things to share. I will note this is our 20th live stream for Diablo 4 that we've ever done, which is really cool. And this is also our first time we're actually streaming on TikTok. We already stream on X, we stream on Twitch, and we stream on YouTube. So this is kind of a nice momentous occasion. But because of how much content we have and how many guests we have, we are going to say that we will have some small little breaks while we actually mic new people up, bring them into the studio, and then swap them out for other things. But we are going to be talking first about patch 2.0 PTR and the feedback that we actually received from players. And then
probably a
we're
lot.
also going to be talking about Season 6, Season of Hatred Rising. And separately, we will finish off the show with all the Vessel of Hatred features and going into a little bit more of a deeper dive, something that you were talking about, Brent. So.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we have so many people coming in that we're having to pack them in rows.
Yeah,
so
exactly. You're gonna see multiple levels of people in the studio. So we're gonna take a quick break while we get the first group in for our patch 2.0 PTR feedback overview. So we'll see you in a bit.
Okay. What do we do in the meantime? Okay, let's share this. So they just let us listen to music. Okay. Oh boy. Let's see though what they're gonna introduce. I'm interested in this new dungeon, which is not the co-op one, but below Kurast Undercity. Might do the co-op with some friends, we'll see. But especially this one, I wanna see what it's about. What was changed after the PTR, because PTR was very broken. And also the drop rates were screwed up on Torment. So let's see.
Awesome.
Okay,
I
yeah, that was
appreciate
good.
everyone
Colin!
bearing with us
Okay,
as
yeah,
we
we're
get
saved, guys.
people mic'd up.
Colin
We're gonna
is
be
here.
doing this a couple times throughout the stream, but we're here to talk about the PTR learnings from patch 2.0 PTR, which we had earlier this month. Super beneficial. PTRs have been great for us since we've started actually hosting them for Diablo 4. And of course, this one was a very, very big one because we have a lot of big changes coming with Vessel of Hatred and Season 6. But I know we want to jump straight into it. So, Aislinn, I know you're going to start us off and talk about some progression changes.
Yes,
Okay,
I am.
let's see.
So like you said, Adam, let's jump.
Oh, you actually, before we do that, sorry. I just realized no one knows who we are.
Oh yeah.
Well, we know.
There we go. There, I was just like, wait a
Colin
minute.
is the best.
Of course, we have some familiar faces, but if you guys want to do quick intros,
Yeah, hi, I'm Colin. I'm a lead designer.
Yay!
I'm Aislinn. I am a systems designer.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a class designer.
Hey, all, I'm Anthony. I'm an associate class designer.
Okay,
Awesome.
so those
Great.
guys in the
There
back
we
are
go.
to
Now we
blame
got everyone
for the
settled.
imba.
Aislinn, do you want to talk about some of the progression changes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's see.
So, Adam,
Let's
like
hear.
you said, the PTR has been just fantastic for us. It's given us so much data, and the feedback you guys give is just pivotal to us launching in the state we want to see the game in. And, everyone wants to see the game in. And so, let's talk about it. Let's talk about some changes we've made because of it. First of all, monster intensity. Something we saw in the early game was people weren't noticing the changes in monster intensity because people were skipping through difficulties fairly quickly. And so we've decided to move monster intensity from scaling over normal, hard, expert, and penitent to scaling over torment 1 through 4. Because you're going to be progressing through torments a little bit slower, so you're going to be able to feel the intensity changes, I think, a little more potently.
Yeah, there's a bit more jumps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, the intensity system was essentially monsters just become a little bit more reliable in their damage.
Right.
They start to predict your movement a little bit more on the projectiles. It's not a massive change, but it should sort of make the monsters feel a little bit more aggressive and dangerous.
Yeah, they just become a little more lethal, I think, ultimately, beyond numerical changes. Second up I want to talk about is one that I'm really, really happy and excited about, actually, is that elites, unique elites, and super elites are 3 different types of elites you can actually fight. If you know that or not, that's the thing.
Super elites.
And previously, they all did very different amounts of damage from one another. Like, for example, a super elite might deal actually 2 times the amount of damage of a normal elite. And what that was causing was when an elite spawned an affix, like lightning enchanted, or poison, or whatever, the super elites would do 2 times more damage with those affixes, but you didn't really have any way to tell, right? There was no way to tell if an affix was spawned by an elite or a super elite.
Especially the lightning enhanced
affix
shamans, those were terrible. They were more dangerous than Lilith.
So what we've done is we've normalized the damage that all of these different elite types actually deal, so that when you do see the affixes that they're spewing out, you can expect the damage you're going to receive. Like, how much it's going to hit you for.
A lot more consistent.
Way more consistent, way more predictable, which is really helpful for not getting randomly one shot.
Our favorites,
those.
And then finally, on difficulty, we have some changes to standard difficulty tiers. We know some of you guys are looking for a challenge, so let's take a look at what a challenge looks like. All right, so we have a level 1 character here in Kiovashad going to the statue to change their difficulty. So what are they going to change it to? Well, before they could access normal, hard, and expert, but now they can access penitent at level 1.
That's mode we only play.
Oh, that's perfect. Faster leveling.
Anything else?
Yes.
Why would you want to do
the
anything else?
campaign on your account once, and then you can go into penitence, and let's see how that turns out for this person. Oh yeah,
sure
just an Helltide.
Well, if it was a Bloodsearch Necro, it probably wouldn't end like this.
Yeah.
Because they're like perma-healing and fortifying
so you can do
and
penitence
stuff.
at level 1 now.
Yeah,
It's pretty hard, guys. So if you plan to go in at level 1, be prepared. But seriously, we know people really wanted to be able to push their builds as far as they could, as early as they could. Yeah. And now you can. So whenever you feel like you're ready for Penitent during your leveling journey, hop in there and see how you do.
Yeah, I know that was like one of the biggest points of feedback we got during this PTR, which was like, hey, we would like to see if Penitent wasn't like gated way further down the line and if it could be brought in. So it's now available at level 1. And, you know, as we've shown in the footage, it can be difficult. But I think what's nice is like if someone creates alts and they end up, you know, finding a bunch of mythic uniques and stuff which you can use at earlier levels, you then can at least potentially start off in Penitent a little bit earlier and you know, stay with a higher difficulty in that type of way, which is nice.
Oh, yeah.
We really want to embrace like the sort of choose your difficulty that we really liked with mine cages in season 5, 4, and 5.
Yes.
And again, like to your point, alts just are able to speed run their way to max level, right? By
Yeah,
playing at a really
especially
hard
that
difficulty,
thing.
So
Yeah.
should feel a
Because
lot better.
feels great to
they
just
will
hop
have
into
the
Penitent
renown,
early,
they'll
like when
be
you're capable of
geared
doing
and
it.
all this
It's just
kind of
awesome.
stuff.
Yeah, we don't
And
necessarily
wait,
expect everyone to
another thing, we can get the allowance caches with them when we have resources. Straight to the blacksmith, get the allowance caches, gear up, and smash on
play
Penitent.
Penitent's really hard to
That's the
play
key
at
part
your-
here.
at your
It's
own
hard.
risk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, your character needs to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about some itemization changes. So
Okay,
we got a lot
let's
of
see.
feedback that once you got to max level and you were, you know, starting that ancestral grind, you were stuck with these non-ancestral items for a pretty long time. And we do like that, but we know that people want to see the journey for those non-ancestral items to be a little punchier. And so we've made some targeted changes here to ensure that non-ancestral legendaries
good.
have more, punch to them. So we've increased the amount of masterworking you can put on a non-ancestral legendary from 4
4
to
was
8.
not so much.
We are also allowing them to be tempered twice. Previously, both of those values were exclusive to ancestral items.
No, that's not
but
good.
now non-ancestrals can go up to that.
That's not good. They should give us
Additionally,
once, maybe.
We saw that people were going to like
That's
the
not good.
boss ladder, or they were just finding uniques out in the world, and they didn't drop as it didn't feel like they were dropping as ancestral as often as they should have.
Right, because they're so rare.
Okay.
Right, they're so rare.
Yeah, they're so
you know,
rare.
you want finding a
And
unique,
especially
unique
if the
item to
row
be
is
an
not good
exciting
and it drops
moment,
ancestral,
and,
bro,
so
that
we've
sucked a
tripled the
lot.
chance for them to drop as ancestral. And this should help a lot, especially during the boss ladder, you know, when you're killing these uber bosses and they're dropping lots of uniques. A lot more of them are going to turn out to be ancestral.
Definitely. And this should mean that once you're starting in around level 60, you have a lot more progression on your equipment that sort of bridges the gap to ancestral. We also heard a lot of feedback that second tempered affix really is what enables your build to come online. And that's what we're trying to do with this system of ancestral, is that you can get your build online, but then there's still items that you can chase that just enhance that build.
Right.
And we saw that like not having that second tempered affix and not having those 8 masterwork ranks really sort of hindered your ability to get that build online, to get into the fun and start blasting.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because we don't want you to feel like you have to find ancestrals for your build to function. And, you know, this change is working towards making that true.
Definitely. So you still have those items you can chase, but you can still get those endgame builds online pretty quickly.
Yep, for sure. And finally, on itemization, we are adding some scrolls of restoration to the season journey. The scrolls of restoration are the scrolls of tempering that we talked about at Gamescom. You can use them to reset the
So not just from the
chances
dungeon.
on an item. And we wanted to add these to the season journey so you could just have a couple of deterministic ways to acquire them and use them on your gear.
And this, of course, is not the only place you can earn these scroll of restorations.
No,
You know, you can earn them throughout the world. There's a small drop chance, and we'll be actually talking about another way of earning them later on as well. So
Definitely.
Okay, yeah, in the dungeon
I think
probably.
one thing that I'm excited about on the unique changes, if you equate greater affixes in season 5 to ancestral, you're actually going to have a higher chance to get an ancestral unique compared to getting a greater affix on a unique than live, right? So it means that uniques are really exciting. You might actually get like the Staff of Endless Rage, for example. Maybe you're not playing a Fireball Sork, but now you're like, oh, well, I have an ancestral version of this unique.
Huge.
Yeah, we will then play
So
Fireball.
it really like kind of gets you to experiment a little bit more, and we really like that aspect about those uniques sometimes being a lot more powerful.
Yeah,
Like
no,
they said, the chance is tripled now.
We
so
want that moment when you see a unique
maybe
on
they
the
made
grounds
it
to
too
be really
easy.
fun and exciting, and seeing it drop as an ancestral with greater affixes is about as exciting as it gets.
yeah,
Like,
as cool as it may
cool.
sound, I think it's too easy to get
all right,
now.
let's talk about some player power changes based on PTR feedback. So
Okay.
I want to start by framing our goals for Torment difficulties. So Torment 1, we want all content to be available in the game. You can fight Lilith, you can fight the boss lair, you can go to the Dark Citadel, etc. All these
Torment 1, all
activities are
content is available.
Torment 4 is intended to be aspirational content. And what that means is you've already unlocked everything in the game when you enter Torment 1. But Torment 4 is like the essence of Diablo like build crafting, where you're just pushing your character as far as you can go. And Torment 4 exists for that purpose, for people who want to push their character as far
I
as
think
they
we'll
can
be in
go.
Torment 4
And with
on
that said, and the
hardcore
reason
in
why
like
I'm
less
saying
than
this
20 hours.
is
What are
because
they
we were
talking
seeing
about?
that people were getting to Torment 4 way faster and way easier than we were hoping for in the PTR. And, which is just another great, it's great that we did the PTR because we saw that. And with that all said, we've made some changes to kind of keep Torment 4 this, really challenging and exciting
Main
thing to
stat
reach.
revision.
We've reverted the skill damage bonus from main stat back to what it was in Season 5. So we had actually doubled it in the PTR, but we found that was just giving players too much power.
Too much.
So we sent it back. And we also pulled back on legendary glyph power a bit. Colin, do you want to talk about that?
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's
we
good.
reduced the scaling on the glyphs quite a bit because we found that it was really devaluing a lot of the aspect rolls or rolls on your gear. Like when you're getting 2,000 additive damage from a glyph, it's really hard to actually feel anything on your gear through tempering or through those affix that are dropping. So essentially what we've done is pare that back. We've redistributed it. We'll cover that a little bit on like where we put some of that power. But overall, we think this feels a lot better. Glyphs aren't just carrying like 80% of your power on a build. And it just feels a lot better so that it doesn't feel as sort of mandatory that I have to get all 5 glyphs and level them up to actually be pushing difficulty.
Yeah.
It's a lot more about what are the aspects you have, what are the uniques you have, what are the nodes you're actually getting on the Paragon board. I think it feels a lot better.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to say about
we'll
this
see
is
about
that,
that.
it's really awesome to get a tremendous amount of power from one source, but because there are so many different sources of power in the game, if one source gives too much power, it makes the other sources feel kind of unimportant.
Yeah.
And
No,
that's not
it
fun.
doesn't.
So we want to make sure that every source of power in the game is contributing to your build in very meaningful ways.
Yeah.
And so this
Yeah, I'm
change is
pretty sure the
helping
softcore
other
end
sources
is
of
still gonna
power
find
feel
like
really
ways to
punchy.
deal more damage.
Yeah.
Awesome. I know tons of changes here with player power, tons of changes with like progression, including difficulty and itemization. Do we have anything else on progression? Or
I think one thing I think that's really important to touch on is the torment goals here, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a definite fundamental shift from Season 5 in that you think about World Tier 3 into World Tier 4 and you're sort of racing to get to World Tier 4 as fast as possible because that's where all the best items can drop.
Yeah.
And we've sort of just changed that to Torment 1 is where all the best items can drop. It's where everything unlocks. But essentially Torment 2, 3, and 4 increase the odds of those things happening. So it's just efficiency, right?
Yep.
We don't necessarily want to say you must get to Torment 4 to experience the game or to get the best drops in the game, similar to World Tier 4 and Season 5. It's a very different feeling. So we're excited to see how that plays out, and we want to sort of see what you all think as well.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, all of the content, all of the best gear can be found in Torment 1. So if that's where your build feels most comfortable farming, that's great. You can still achieve all your goals. You can really max out your character there. You get a reward for pushing this harder difficulty by more efficiency.
Yeah, and that's like what affords Torment 4 the means to, or like the space to be really hard.
Definitely.
Is because you don't have to get there, and so it can be really.
What do you
challenging,
mean you
and,
don't have
some
to
players
get
really
there?
Love that, and that's awesome.
We won't leave there.
Definitely.
awesome. Well, I know the next topic we want to talk about is some of the big system changes that are actually coming with Vessel of Hatred, and also changes that we're applying post PTR from things that we actually learned. Colin, you want to walk us through and start us off with some of the Paragon stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we got a ton of feedback from the PTR, and we took a look at Paragon. That was one of the bigger changes that we made, where we capped the boards, because we feel like that gives us a lot more space to increase the power of each of these boards and make the choice more about what is the board you're looking for. So what we've done here is we've added a bunch of normal nodes, so those are things like stats that empower those glyphs, to upgrade that legendary glyph radius. We added them. It was kind of sad, like there weren't actually a lot of nodes to flesh it out and sort of build up that Paragon, that extra glyph range that you're going to get from upgrading it to legendary. So we've done that. We added around 8 to every board. And then the starting board, I think we went to like 12 or something like that, just because, the starting board should feel really good with that first glyph. The next thing we've done is we've taken a look at a lot of the rare and magic nodes, and we've just made them generically more useful. So you think about like two-handed bludgeoning damage on the barbarian is like, okay, like I guess I can only benefit if I'm doing this one very specific thing. And we've just opened that up to say damage, right? That's going to scale everything across your character as opposed to like while you're doing this sort of obscure thing. So we think that feels a lot better. We've also just sort of taken a look at what are the affixes we're giving, like fucking potion healing. I know you're all going to be really sad.
That's my favorite stuff.
I know you're all super sad to see
You're
that
the only one,
we've taken potion healing out, but we've just changed it to healing received. We've also just taken a look at things like damage reduction from dots and made it damage reduction. So it should be a lot more generically useful, and those boards should feel a lot more punchy and open-ended, which we really like. And that's sort of doubling down on the spirit of what we've done with Season 4 atomization, right? Just sort of taking back some of these conditional things that aren't necessarily adding a ton of value to your build identity, and just opening things up. And then the next thing we've done is we talked about redistributing some of the power on those glyphs, and we've taken a look at all of our nodes, all of magic and rare nodes, and we've just buffed all of them. So we've doubled all the additive bonuses on rare and magic nodes. We've increased the damage reduction values by about 1.5x, so they should feel a lot more chunky. And as you're journeying through Paragon, it should feel like you have more options than to just bum rush every glyph, socket, and every legendary node. There should be some pretty punchy like damage sources that you can get, damage reduction sources you can get. We've also done things like all the resistance nodes you have on the Paragon board actually give max resistance as well now. So it's pretty powerful. Yeah, we've done a lot of changes there. So this is one of the first steps we're taking to really improve the Paragon system with the new sort of philosophy of like, we want you to pick what boards you want. And we expect to be updating more in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that this harkens back to what we were just saying, which is that, it's really fun for all of your sources of power to be meaningful. And so we're basically just taking like the tons and tons of power that was in glyphs and kind of slightly redistributing it to Paragon. So going through your Paragon board is just more interesting and fun.
Definitely. Cool.
Next up, we got, I think, Infernal Hordes.
Yeah, so if you remember, Infernal Hordes was under construction during the PTR as we were fitting in, like, how does this going to work with the greater equipment chest, turning into ancestral items. And there are three things that we really wanted to tackle as a part of this release, right? Infernal Hordes is an eternal game mode, so we wanted to take the learnings we got from Season 5 and apply it to this next update. So one of the things we saw was that loot was just dominating the reward landscape here. Like getting 200 legendaries from one source of activity is cool for Season 5, and it's the brand new activity for Season 5. That's awesome, but we wanted to just readjust it, refit it back in. We still have the Codex of Power that lets you store all these legendary powers, so we felt like we wanted to take more of a quality over quantity approach here. And one of the things that was sort of frustrating about that quality miss was that you didn't really have a way to reliably target those unique items that were coming out of Infernal Hordes. If you think about it, you had to open a chest and just hope that you were going to get one of the unique items out of this chest.
Yeah,
that sort of led to a frustrating and tedious reward flow where you're just constantly opening up these 28th chests over and over and over. I know I've spent, probably more time opening the material chest than actually...
I mean, I think that's everyone's favorite pastime, of just like running around the material chest.
With the cooldown on the chest, like, oh my god, just give me my fucking shit. So it takes forever. So we've taken a look at, how we're going to actually deliver these keys. We've taken them out of the crafting system, but they're not too rare. They're just uncommonly found throughout the world. We want this to be like an oh shit moment when the key drops, just because you're going to get a ton of XP from killing the hordes. You're going to get a ton of materials and a ton of items as well. So we think that will make the keys feel a lot more interesting, and it's not going to bloat your inventory as much, and you really want to use them when you get them. So the next part here is, if we could go back to the slide, if we could go to Infernal Hordes.
Infernal Hordes. There we go.
The council boss, no matter what, as long as you kill that council, they're going to drop dungeon boss loot, which is going to be legendaries, crafting materials, gold, etc., on top of the Infernal Horde unique items, and that's going to scale with Torment. So guaranteed, every single time you kill that council, you are going to get unique items that are specific to Infernal Hordes.
That's great, because those Infernal Horde uniques are pretty sick.
Definitely. So no more waiting at the chest to get that drop. It's just going to happen. And it feels a lot more like the boss ladder, where it's like, okay, I want to get Infernal Horde unique items. I'm going to be able to reliably get those and get a pull at the sort of slot machine there. And then the next thing here is we've updated the chests. So the chests of greater equipment are going to drop those scrolls of restoration or retempering. So you're going to be able to get them reliably from the Infernal Hordes, not just the Dark Citadel. And that should feel pretty meaty and good. And then we've also guaranteed some amount of ancestral items from that greater equipment chest. And ancestral items are very much more coveted than just greater affix items. So that should feel pretty meaty. And then the chest of materials is now just going to convert all your Aether into materials. You don't have to like constantly open the chest. You turn it into a bunch of masterworking materials, gems. It should feel a lot more snappy and less time looting.
That's a very good change, actually.
And the gold chest.
But the compass is gonna be drop only, so.
Next up, I know we have the reward stuff. We kind of spoiled it really quickly, so we can just skip this because everyone's already seen it.
They showed it.
So rewards, there's just a bunch of miscellaneous tuning and making the game feel better and rewarding. We've significantly increased the ancestral drop rate from Nightmare Dungeons and Whispers. Thank you.
Yeah, Nightmare Dungeons didn't drop much.
Definitely fixed the problem there, and that should feel a lot more rewarding. We've also added just experience to the Nightmare Dungeon completion, which just feels better as you're grinding that Paragon. Also, while you're leveling up, it's like a pretty good hit of XP. And then we've also done miscellaneous buffs to just miscellaneous things. So Hellborn will drop loot, Butcher is going to drop a guaranteed axe, I believe, a Butcher's axe. The World Boss, Treasure Goblins, those are all going to drop a lot better loot. It's also going to scale with Torment, which should feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for these, like, I guess the Hellborn's not exactly a random encounter, not just the World Boss, but like the Butcher and the Treasure Goblin, these like big meaty encounters, like it makes sense for like these to occur and you're like, give me like good loot because this is uncommon. This doesn't happen that frequently. I want it to be amazing.
It's an exciting moment and the loot should reflect that.
Yeah, I love that loot explosion.
Yeah, with Treasure Goblin. Yeah.
Nothing beats finding a
Paragon
Treasure Goblin
glyphs now can drop in the pit.
just chasing it around using your like basic attack.
And it guarantee drops a legendary no matter what level you are. So it should feel pretty good. The next thing here is we really love how players or how you all have sort of embraced the Stronghold experience bonus. We've actually just done that across the game. So campaign feels really good in terms of experience granted. Side quests should feel really good, especially in the hunt.
I mean, the original campaign, you end up level like 26 to 30 or something.
That 2 levels
in like 3 to 4 hours.
And like sort of forced you to do strongholds over and over.
So hopefully this is not much different.
Back down to 1.25 levels, which is still really meaty. Like you're getting an entire level from doing these. It's really fulfilling what we had hoped Strongholds we're going to provide, which is an alternative means to level. If you want to ride around the open world and do a bunch of strongholds, that's absolutely a viable way to level up now.
Don't legendary items how to salvage starting in Torment. What if I want how to sell them?
The other change I'll note here is that a bulk of that experience is going to be from killing the boss, and it's a first-time reward. So that means you're not going to be able to sort of, cheese running strongholds over and over and over.
Thank you, thank you Rax, for showing that with your friends from your chat that did that in 20 minutes. We
world record.
Watched.
Hey, it was a good video. I mean, in all fairness.
Yeah, level 16, 20
the
minutes.
Next one here is we heard a ton of feedback that rare and magic items just felt like they're adding a lot of noise to Torment. We're dropping a lot more of them. Now they just get auto-salvaged in Torment. Hooray.
Nice.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, get them out. And then the next one is just a nice quality of life. The Paragon glyphs now drop from the pit. So when you're doing a bunch of pit runs, you're also going to be getting glyphs. It just means you don't really have to like go out and do other things if you.
Yeah, like we used to do Helltide Blood Maiden for that.
Theoretically, you could enter the pit and not actually have a glyph, but now you will. So you can find one and level up if that's what happens.
Awesome, and I know last but not least we have kind of itemization and craft. This is some big stuff here that I know will excite players for sure.
Yeah. So one of the things we've heard a ton from the player base and you all is that I wish I could make a mythic unique deterministically. If I do everything in a season, if I kill Uber Lilith, if I do the season's journey, I want to be able to get a mythic unique. And we saw this as an opportunity to essentially create an identity between the rune crafting of mythic uniques and the blacksmith. We moved it from the alchemist to the blacksmith version of crafting mythic uniques. So now what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to take 2 resplendent sparks to the blacksmith and get a random mythic unique. That means no matter what, as long as you do everything in the season, you're going to get a mythic unique. And if you take those resplendent sparks and you decide, I really want a specific mythic unique, you'll be able to take a set of runes and actually pick which one.
Right.
And what that does is the runes are a lot more flexible. They can be traded. You can also get some incremental progress, right? Because they drop a lot more frequently than Mythic Unique or Sparks in general. So what this means is you now have two really clear means to sort of target Mythic Uniques, and you now have a guaranteed way to make a Mythic Unique at the end of a season, which we think will feel really good.
Something that's kind of cool about that is that it gives runes this like intrinsic trade value, which I kind of love.
Yeah.
Like they have this big purpose towards crafting one of the best items in the game, which is really cool.
Yeah.
I finally can get my Starless Skies.
Yeah.
Cool. And then the next one here is you're going to be getting a lot of salvage in Torment, because everything's getting auto-salvaged. So we figured, you know what, we should probably give you some purpose and value to that salvage. And now you can take it to the blacksmith and forge random legendary equipment at the blacksmith.
Nice.
Yeah, this is huge.
I love this change.
Yeah, it is
also
like
has a chance
the
to be
allowance
unique
caches.
or mythic, and sometimes ancestral. So it's definitely a great place to dump all that salvage, excess salvage that you have. And then the next one here is more just sort of a quality of life and nicety. We added runes, and we're putting way more sockets on gear.
Yeah.
We just allowed you to add sockets to gear with just the general salvage material. You don't need scattered prisms anymore. Scattered prisms are required for ancestral items, and that just essentially means, I'm missing a socket.
That's
You
a
can
really good
easily
change.
add one. And then the
Yeah,
next one
especially
here is,
early on while
mostly
leveling,
quality of
that's
life for
a
all
nightmare.
characters, but the jeweler no longer has a level requirement to engage with the jeweler. Previously on the PTR, you had to like trade gear to your main character, add a socket. It was super tedious, and
Yeah,
we
it was
just,
tedious.
made it not like that.
I agree.
Awesome. So tons of big changes coming across a multitude of systems within D4, thanks to a lot of great feedback that we got from all the players within the community, content creators, etc. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you, Colin, for walking us through that. Next up, we want to talk about some of the class changes and everything. And so Charles here is going to walk us through it.
Looks
Yeah,
like this is
let's
gonna
talk
be
about
a
some of
good
the class
game
changes that we
eventually.
saw in the PTR. Once
10
again, I want to
years,
thank
more
all
or
of the
less.
players who gave a lot of detailed feedback, a lot of data on how classes were performing, all the different builds, and the new items, new effects, and all that kind of stuff, new skills.
Yeah, Charles,
It's
please
been really
save us.
helpful in helping to make sure that we make all our class designs as fun and engaging as possible.
Just
I
give
do wanna
us
say
like
that, this
1,000
patch
uniques
is
from the
huge.
previous
There's
games.
Lots of changes, there's a lot of new class stuff, but a lot of new system stuff across the whole game. And so we do expect some level of like volatility here, and when a lot of things change, there's a lot of unknowns, and so that's just the mindset we're approaching this patch with. And what I'm going to be talking about here is not a complete detailed list of everything that we've changed from the PTR to live.
Yeah, of course.
It's just kind of some samples and
Why
kind of
bother
walking through
sharing
our
everything with
learnings and
us?
What we saw on the class design team and what we're thinking about. And so make sure you check out the full patch notes once we're done with the stream. And also, a lot of the changes came in the PTR initially, so definitely check out those if you're unfamiliar, because there's tons of class changes there as well.
Oh yeah.
So starting with the Barbarian, we generally saw that Barbarian class was a little bit too weak on the PTR.
Yeah, it was.
And I think even on Season 5, I think it's just generally considered a little too weak. Historically, though, it's been one of our stronger classes, but
Which
in recent
is
seasons,
not
it's fallen
really
a little
good.
bit on harder times. So a lot of our focus here is
Yeah,
boss
okay, I'm
to
gonna
some
say it
underused-
again. Like, I'm gonna say it again, and I don't regret it. You can hate me for it, but in what fucking universe is a barbarian, a weirdo, with a club or a sword, stronger than a dark mage? In what fucking universe is this happening? Right?
Utilize skills and legendaries and uniques. So we've got updates to Upheaval to make it just a little bit more punchy, hits a little bit harder. We've got updates to some of the uniques that talk to other core skills, like Hammer of the Ancients and Double Swing to give them a little bit more damage boost as well. And finally, there's a buff to the Martial Vigor passive. That is a passive in the skill tree that
Which
gives
makes
you some
you
damage
immortal.
reduction from elite enemies, including bosses. And it might seem pretty small on paper. It's just 4% to 6%, but for every skill
Yeah.
rank you have in that, you get that much more.
You
And
can get
really
it to
when you're fighting the
100.
late game tormented bosses and high torment tiers, it's going to be a pretty noticeable amount of survivability against those boss fights for barbarians.
Yeah, and
Yeah, those passive skills add up really quickly when you start getting a bunch of ranks in them and stuff. So for sure.
Absolutely.
I think the
Moving
bug
on to
there
the
was you
Druid,
can tamper
we
it on your
also think the
weapons and you
Druid
can get
was
it
a
to
little
like
bit on the
level
weaker end of
23.
the classes. I think there
And
was
it grants
a few bugs
100
on the
damage
PTR
reduction,
that
which
we're
is stupid,
addressing
makes
as
you
we go
immortal.
live. where some of their effects, specifically in the Paragon, and some of the key passives weren't quite working exactly how we intended. So they might have been a little bit weaker due to that on the PTR specifically. So we're definitely addressing those. I also wanted to talk about Nature's Fury. This is a key passive that whenever you cast an Earth or Storm skill, there's a chance to cast the same skill of, to cast a skill of the opposite type. And this was causing some unintended interactions with one of the unique items, the Earthbreaker ring, that ended up proccing or triggering Nature's Fury way more often than we intended. That's because we have this concept of casts, where you actually need to press the button and then, hey, you did one cast.
Yeah, so you can spam the button.
Like
Guess what that
casts,
happens?
which is like, hey, I
Hold the
triggered
button.
a free skill with Nature's Fury. That shouldn't kind of recursively trigger or trigger the other effects that are looking for casts.
Oh
but
boy.
in that particular interaction it was, and so we've fixed that interaction.
It's like
but then
the
thrown
Necros grasping
some
veins
pretty big
with
buffs to
sacrilegious
those
soul.
items and the
That was
things
terrible.
affected in
They
that build.
removed it.
We still expect those kind of things, especially landslide builds that use this a lot,
Yeah,
to still be very
landslide
powerful
is
builds
very
going
powerful.
forward. But we
Well,
just
it
didn't
was.
want that one particular unintended interaction to be happening.
And that kind of overshines, you know, all the builds, right? When you
Yeah.
have like one build that's
So
crazy
I guess
over
Druid is
Dominion on
ruined
top, so.
again.
Exactly, yeah. Especially whenever there's one build that's so dominant, it really makes it feel like, hey, I'm playing the class wrong if I'm not doing this, and that's not something that we want. We want you to be able to play all the different ways of playing the classes and
Yeah,
feel like
let me tell you in advance what's gonna be powerful. Spiritborn, Gorilla Jaguar, and also Lightning Sorcerer, and also the Unmaker Soul Rift Necro, with using Bone Spirit with as a utility skill, and also of course the Blood Artisan.
it's a valid
Everything
and
else
viable
will
choice
suck
to
really bad.
compete,
Maybe Death
or
Trap
complete
Rogue.
the game.
Maybe Death Trap Rogue.
Some of the other changes on Druid as
For
well.
boss
We've
killing.
got some updates to Great Staff of the Crone. This is one of my favorite items that lets your Claw and Storm Strike build kind of synergize really nicely. We've got just a lot more damage on Werewolf skills through the Lust for Carnage Paragon node. Basically the same functionality, but just added 50% bonus damage there.
I mean, there's no diversity in this game.
Particularly falling behind. And an
You
update
can
to
do
the
like
Untamed
3
Legendary
builds to be
Paragon node.
powerful,
This
and
is
that's
the new
it.
one that talks to companion skills. Previously, it just gave skill ranks, which kind of fell off as you got a lot of skill ranks. Now it's just multiplicative damage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some companion druids in the new season, especially with the new key passive.
I highly doubt
Moving on
it though.
to the Necromancer. So the
Finally.
Necromancer is a class that I think we saw a lot of variety for like blood, bone, and shadow builds.
Yep.
A lot of those were competing very well, but a Necromancer is
Shadow
really all
not
about
so much.
minions, right? And unfortunately, we saw minion builds really falling behind from where
Yep,
we want.
they did.
And we know that minion builds are like the most appealing part of a Necromancer.
No,
And so,
they're not,
on the class of
but-
19, we're really committed to making sure that minion Necromancer is good. And we're going to, see some massive buffs to this patch, and we're going to continue monitoring to make sure that, the minion fantasy is really a powerful and compelling one. We also saw that Necromancer was one of the squishier classes. It had
Yep,
a little bit
that's
less
true.
defensive oomph than we really wanted. And so we've made some updates here to Reap. It's going to give a little bit longer damage reduction, just makes that a little bit more usable for that
Nice.
function. Same with Necrotic Fortitude, gives a little bit more barrier. This is kind of a passive barrier generation, so just a little bit more survivability in that late game.
Nice.
And then the rest of it here is just talking about minion buffs, right? We've got Kalen's Edict, the key passive. This is going to, previously it just gave you attack speed for your minions. Now it's also going to give you bonus multiplicative damage for all your minions. A bunch of the legendaries and uniques that talked to minions, like Ring of Mendeln and Shade Mist, that damage is now properly attributed to your minions rather than the Necromancer themselves, which means if you have bonus Golem damage, for instance, and your Golem triggers Ring of Mendeln,
so now it
going to
scales.
benefit properly. And it's gonna be
Finally,
multiplied up
this
by
thing is
those
gonna be useful
multipliers.
again.
So, pretty big buffs for those legendaries and uniques.
Yeah, that's a lot of power for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on, we've got next class we'll talk about the Rogue. I think the
Death Trap.
Rogue in general was performing pretty well across the board in the PTR.
Yeah.
I think we got a lot of positive
With
feedback.
Poison
Like,
and
hey,
Shadow
yeah,
and
Rogue feels
Doom,
great. Like just
Especially
Yes,
Flurry was
yeah,
really good.
yeah. Dance of Knives skill in
my favorite
particular.
build.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I was really happy with where Dance of Knives landed
Yeah,
as the new
that
skill.
one
It found
too.
a lot of use in a variety of builds, and people have a lot of fun playing with it. We did notice a little bit of the melee focused builds with Flurry and Twisting Blades falling behind just a little bit. So
Just a little bit,
a
but
few of our
Flurry is
changes
like
here,
free
are
teleport.
focused on enhancing the legendaries that talk to those two, Encircling Blades and Blade Dancers. In terms of key passives, we saw Victimize did have a bug that caused its damage scaling to be higher than intended.
Oh
And
yeah,
so we have fixed
like
that
hundreds and
math
hundreds of
calculation
percent.
on how it kind of scales damage based on other damage, because it was really just a little bit too dominant. And now we think with this update, it'll still be a competitive choice, but it won't completely outshine every other key passive on the rogue. And some nice little buffs here to Rain of Arrows, just to make it work a little bit better with imbuement skills. Love me some Rain of Arrows. It's a very flashy skill, especially with all those colors with the
Yeah, Rain
imbuements
of
on it.
Arrows, that was
and,
insane. The
finally,
entire
the
screen
Sorcerer.
full of
The
arrows.
Sorcerer was
Bro,
definitely
that
the
was
strongest
sick.
class I think we saw on the PTR by
Yep.
a fair margin.
Nerf the Sorcerer,
Yeah,
please!
it was-
Nerf
it
the
was quite
Sorcerer!
strong. People were having a lot of fun with Sorcerer
No,
builds,
it's not fun, it's
especially
stupid.
with the new key passive Enlightenment. And Enlightenment had an issue where it's all about alternating skill casts. So, okay, you cast a fire skill, you cast a lightning skill, you cast a cold skill, and you get these stacks really quickly. Unfortunately, it was stacking up unintentionally from some of those auto casts that we were talking about earlier with
Yes,
Nature's
remove
Fury,
it, please.
where when you trigger bonus casts from like unstable currents, it was actually ramping up the Enlightenment way too fast. And so we fixed that interaction, but we think despite that,
And also
Enlightenment is
nerf the
still one of the
conjurations,
strongest key
it's
passives
too
for
powerful.
sure. So it's just brings it down a little bit, but we still think this is going to be a really powerful and compelling new key passive to play with once we go live. Two other changes here with the Flame Scar and Oculus uniques. This is kind of adding in this chance to deal double damage affixes for Incinerate and Teleport respectively. This harkens back to what I talked about on the PTR stream, where we're adding these multiplicative damage bonuses into tempering.
So no longer perma teleport,
and
I guess.
of course, we can't temper onto unique items, but
the
for a
rest
lot
one
of the
is-
unique items that are about very specific skills, such as Flame Scar and Oculus, we've taken a pass to add in some of these affixes that enhance those skills in multiplicative ways to really make sure that Incinerate gets the same benefit from using that unique as opposed to just a legendary that you would temper this affix onto anyway.
It's a massive.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely
Incinerate
massive.
size
Yeah,
is
it's
like, I'd
good.
like pull out a ruler, like, is it actually?
Is it working?
Yeah, Incinerate size and Teleport size maybe not the most compelling affix. Now you just get some of this multiplicative damage. If somebody wants to make an Oculus build where most of the damage comes from Teleport, that's going to be awesome. We'll see if you can manage to make that work.
Yeah, I love that idea. Oh my god.
I already have a build page saved.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'll have to see that.
Okay.
That's nice.
So yeah, once again, I just wanted to thank everyone for all the great feedback.
Yeah, but I
We
still
on
think the
Class Design
sword
team
should be
particular
nerfed.
are always reading and listening to feedback.
Especially the
on,
conjurations, like, too
how
OP.
you're playing the classes, what builds you're finding fun, what things are over or
Blood
underpowered.
Artisan, the best.
We listen to it, we read your feedback, we watch the videos that you make. We really appreciate all of it, and it really helps us to make the game as best as possible.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charles, for walking us through all the changes coming for class design. It's actually not all the changes that we saw right here. As Charles mentioned, we do have patch notes actually going live after this stream.
Yeah, we would read and
And I
analyze
will
that
caveat,
for sure,
you will see
especially the necro part.
2.0.1 patch notes, and you'll see 2.0.2 patch notes. So there's 202 and 201. 202 is actually not on like people's PCs yet. You haven't preloaded that. That is going to be the last update you'll need to grab before we jump into launch for Vessel of Hatred. But you will get all the patch notes after the stream, so you can dig through all the class changes that we didn't cover and all the ins and outs of it between now and what we have for PTR. So
Okay.
Last but not least, we have rune words. So I think we're going to jump straight into it. So Anthony, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, awesome feedback. We got lots of different things that came in, and we've heard multiple times a couple different things with the rune words that really just people kept repeating over and over again, really mostly stemming down to two major issues with the whole system. And so previously we had on the PTR, we had the legendary runes that were a lot stronger, because you want to reach that point eventually to where you get the powerful runes and then you play the game that way. Well, that was kind of outshining a lot of the other possibilities and like the idea that we had with the runes where you're mixing and matching, creating different combinations. So what we are ending up doing now is we are taking that top end and we're going to bring it down. And then on the flip side, the second thing that we heard a lot of is those bottom runes, I don't want to say bottom runes, the magic and rare runes that you find a little earlier, especially those runes of ritual, where those are the ones where you're actually like doing things to gain offering to then invoke those runes of invocation, those powers that you have. Those were intentionally a bit lower so that you have some progress, but it felt like when you get them, it wasn't enough. You didn't get to really feel those runes happen and pop off when you get them. So on the other side, we are taking that bottom end and bringing it up. So together, we're kind of, I don't want to say flattening out, but we are making it a lot more options for the players to really have choices.
I mean, just give us extra affixes depending on which runes are used. That would be the better thing
what
to
this
do,
will
I
also
think.
do, and the focus on this is to also make those utility runes really, really potent and really pop off, and a lot more visual things to happen. And then finally, we removed a couple runes that weren't quite meeting our expectations. We have this thing that we say every once in a while, which is like condense the fun, and we want to make that, you know, like the ideal situation where we have, you know, the runes that we have are the ones that are cool and fun, and not like over bloated with just a bunch of things that don't always like meet those expectations.
Yeah,
So.
we want you to have lots of options, and we don't want individual runes or effects to really overshadow everything else. But that does mean that, you know, we want to make sure that all the options are really compelling. And so ones that aren't meeting our bar, we just would rather take them out rather than leave them in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we're always going to be adding to the rune system.
Of course.
Right? So we want to leave ourselves the space. We didn't want to water down the pool with things like the lightning bolt effect rune. It's like that didn't really have, it was an evolutionary dead ends. We didn't necessarily have any way to juice that up. So we want when a rune drops for it to feel like, oh, there's this new toy I can play with, right?
It's important that every choice in the rune system is meaningful. Like every possible rune you can take or combination, like there's something there, right?
Yeah, you want to feel it for sure, and it doesn't want to be something that, you know, you just like, oh, I got this rune, and it's like, well, let me find another one. All right, so here's some examples of some of the big outliers. We heard lots of feedback around these two, especially that Warcry rune. So while it was giving berserking to everyone, it was a big power bonus. And so we're going to bring that down a little bit by just, it's no longer going to give that that enhanced version. It's just the baseline version, so it no longer gives berserking to all players. That does mean it still works for barbarians because that is their skill. They should still be able to gain that power as they would expect. And then down with the Yam, which is that Druid Petrify. The rune itself is not changing. What's actually changing is on Druids themselves, their ultimate there is no longer going to give that critical bonus baseline. It's now going to be the enhanced version. So if you want that as a Druid, you can still get that big, powerful critical damage bonus. But now that baseline is going to be that big stun, that big AoE moment that you see everything on the screen freeze, and also just juice you up with a bunch of resource. And this is general, like, class resource. So unlike what it'll say for the Druid is it says their spirit goes up, on the rune it says it is your resource, so everyone gets this huge, big moment where you can kind of reset. So
if I'm a sorcerer, it doesn't generate spirit, it generates mana.
Yes, you don't just get a second bubble that then fills up with spirit.
Suddenly you're a druid.
That'd be weird. Yeah.
Nice.
I like that this puts a lot more emphasis on the utility of runes, which is sort of what we had been originally intending, right? Not every choice is going to be a multiplicative damage source. So you should have a lot more options. It's more focused on utility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And stealing other classes' power.
Well, utility, but they removed berserking from Warcry.
Oh boy. ARPG. And just when we noticed these ones were really those ones that are overshadowing every other option. We still think those will find a great niche for the builds that want it, but they won't be the only choice that no one else can use anything else.
Yeah, just make the others more powerful.
All right, so here's some examples. Again, I want to preface, this is not all of them. There are a bunch of changes. You guys will see them in the patch notes as we had already talked about. But some of the big ones that I wanted to show off here. So Spiritborn Vortex, that's the one that pulls everyone in, you group everything together. That is going to be almost you're going to be able to get that off almost twice as often as it was before. So you're combine that in with something that has some grindy damage in the middle, and you're going to be just having this pop off all the time. As well as so we call them sub powers. Those are things like the sorcerer meteorites or like the barbarian earthquakes. Those things that happen
this was
based
really
on
broken.
other things, but they create like another power that comes out. We are juicing those up a lot more. So these should be some of the most powerful versions of these sub powers in the game from these runes. And as you can see here, meteorites is jumping up a whole bunch, as well as the offering cost
more than
is going
5
down,
times.
So you're going to be able to summon a lot more of these as well.
Okay.
And then
So
one of the
Fire
other,
Sword might be a
things,
thing this season.
I saw feedback was around the Se.
Fire
I
Sorcerer.
don't know exactly how to say it myself. I'll have to ask you even about that after this. But where you summon spirit wolves, and they didn't feel as impactful because their AI was not as poppy as, like, say, the Necromancer's minions running around a lot more quickly. So we adjusted that, and so we're gonna have a video coming up here in a second, and we can see. So now you're gonna summon those wolves. They're gonna pop up and do their attack. And if you jump to the next pack, they're gonna jump forward. Except this is gonna happen a lot more frequently than before. So now if you say fight that pack, jump to the next one, every time
that's a good update.
those wolves are going to just keep jumping and keep leaping. And this works in ranged as well. So if you're fighting some enemy over here to the left, and you fight, you attack them, your wolves are going to jump immediately over there. And then if you switch to this other group on the right, those wolves are going to jump across the screen because we've also increased that aggro range as well for that.
Yeah, they feel a lot more responsive, and like even in that clip, we saw them jump into the pack at basically the same time we did, right?
Yeah.
They are right there with you. They're not lagging behind, and and that's always like the worst feeling when, like, hey, some of this thing, where are they? What are they doing?
Like they're a mile away.
That's the disadvantage of minion builds.
They were tired. They were tired.
Tired little pups, you know? And then here's some examples of those runes of ritual. Again, those are the ones that are generating this offering. And so these are mostly going to be changes to those magic and rare runes, where we've taken that offering they give and we've really knocked it up to be a lot closer to where those legendary versions of these are. And that's
I'll be right back though. Okay, let's get back to it.
Should hopefully give us a lot more options when it comes to deciding which combination of which runes that we are using. So
it also just means things are a lot more reliable. Like you're actually getting procs way more often with these buffs.
Yeah, you actually get to see the fun happen, right? See those effects happen a little bit more often.
Yeah, so tons of rune changes that are coming. And
well, not tons. They just
Anthony mentioned there's
updated
way
them
more,
just a little bit.
details in
not
the
much.
actual patch notes themselves, so people can check that out after the stream, along with all the class changes, the system changes, the progression changes. It's all detailed out there for players specifically.
You know, I had one thing because I think we might have forgotten it, and I'm very concerned about monitor violence.
Oh, yes.
We heard a lot of people wanted to punch their monitors.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
When you get a greater affix on impairment resistance. So, as monitor enthusiasts, we've just removed that from the affix pool.
Yes.
So please don't.
Please don't. Less
They're
punching.
innocent.
Less punching of monitors.
Save the monitors, please.
And one thing I do want to call out on RuneWords, we actually, funny enough, we got a lot of
That's
feedback
a good
about
change.
players saying like, hey, we noticed like different art on some of the classic runes that they may have seen from like back in D2. That art has been updated to match what you saw in D2. So
harkens back.
Yes, yeah,
That's cool.
Shout out to the history of runes there for everyone. So thank you guys for jumping into this. And I will say, like, this team is going to be staying vigilant through the launch of Vessel of Hatred with our live ops teams here. Shout out to our live ops team who will be helping us out through multitudes of patches, hot fixes. We're going to be paying attention to the community and hearing all the feedback that players have, and we'll be jumping on a lot of the big things that we do notice and we do want to jump kind of address earlier on, especially right after launch. So our cadence is going to be quick. So do expect that. We'll be posting all notes, all hotfix notes, etc. Whenever they do come up. So thank you guys again for joining us today to talk about the PTR learnings. Next up, we actually are going to start talking about the next season coming to Diablo 4, which is Season 6, and that will actually start with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. We're going to do another quick mic swap, musical chairs thing. Maybe we turn on Benny Hill music or something like that. But we'll be right back here with our next group to talk about Season 6.
Два часа през нощта ще почне. Чудо. Okay, so let's move it. That's still the music.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, okay, they're back.
All right, we're back. Sorry for that. I'm glad you guys got to watch Dancing Demons and everything like that and see our release date map. But we're back here to talk about Season 6. This is the new season coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred.
Dancing
and I'm
Demons.
joined by this wonderful
no
group
problem.
here. Brent, who we already know, our game director here. But,
why do those people
Tim, Don,
think this is about fun? I don't
my name
know.
is Tunisme. I am one of the lead producers on Diablo 4. I mostly work on seasons.
I'm Don Adams. I'm the lead season designer for Season 6, the Season of Hatred Rising.
Also known as Content Supervisor.
Also known as Content Supervisor.
There you go.
From time to time.
There we go. Awesome. So, as Don just mentioned here, Season 6 is Season of Hatred Rising. Tim, do you want to explain to us what Hatred Rising, or Brent?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
So when we started off with this, we really knew we wanted to make sure that we were launching a brand new season right alongside of Vessel of Hatred. We wanted that to be day and date. So like continuity was really important to us. And so the idea that the hatred of Mephisto and Nahantu is spreading out into the rest of Sanctuary was kind of the anchor that we were holding on to when we started talking about what that would mean to make a whole season of that.
Awesome. And I know with kind of like what players hearing hatred rising, they're hearing about, you know, Mephisto and his hatred potentially leaking out into Nahantu, maybe the rest of Sanctuary. Like, what can players expect with this actual season?
Yeah, so a lot of actually what is going to be the core of Season 6 and the Season 6 experience, players have already gotten exposed to. So anybody who's playing on the PTR has been reading about the changes we put up there. Fundamental to the release of Vessel of Hatred, Season 6 brings big changes where every single class is going to gain access to new skill points. They're going to gain new skills across all the classes. They're going to gain more Paragon points, new legendary Paragon glyphs. These are all changes that are being added to the base of the game, meaning you do not need to have Vessel of Hatred to gain access to these. You also will still have access to these after Season 6. These are permanent changes to the game. On top of that, we got the standard new legendary aspects. We have new unique items and new mythic items, crazy powerful mythic items that are going to unlock just new levels of power that were not possible before in the game. Now, to go along with this power, we will be adding these new difficulty levels that, again, we saw on PTR. So you have the ability to challenge these new levels of power. I want to say that it's all going to even out well. Honestly, despite the tireless efforts of our designers, just constant trying to get that balance just right based on all the feedback that comes in, I know that maybe it'll be out for a day before someone's posting a video and saying, oh, look at this, I do 1 trillion damage. And it'll go all over the internet. Like, I've never seen numbers this big. And that's, yeah. But we tried to get it there. You're going to see crazy builds.
Keep trying.
Those are going to link into new difficulties that were never there before to try and all this new content.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I know all these things that players got to experience a little bit in PTR. They got to see it. They got to check it out early. But, of course, there is more kind of associated with this specific season. So, Don, do you want to talk a little bit more about what players can also see beyond what Tim kind of walked through?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as we mentioned, this is the Season of Hatred Rising, so we really wanted to theme it around
Season of
Mephisto's
Hatred Rising,
creeping out of Nahantu and into the rest of the world.
So is it Season of Hatred or Hatred Rising?
Beautiful.
Now, I was promised
official documents.
I was promised that this would be turned into real art when I sent this over. I didn't think we'd be showing this, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end of the presentation. Just for now, just take it in.
There you go. Everyone loves designer art. It's core to all our live streams that we do. Art by Don Adams here. So
yeah, and frankly, I think it speaks for itself. I don't really know that there's much more to say. But let's go on and go ahead to the next slide here, and let's take a look at some real art to
yeah, Necromancer, of course.
This is of course amazing key art from Dave Raposa. I just love kicking that demon in the face. That's makes me happy every time I see it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, and I'll get into some actual details about how this stuff shows up in the world, what you're going to be looking for when you're hunting these guys down. So you're going to see these Hatred Rising zone events that cycle frequently throughout the world. When these are up, everything in that area is going to be corrupted by hatred. You're going to be seeing environmental changes, lighting changes. The monsters will actually have, you know, kind of hatred gummy goop on them. You can be ambushed from portals randomly. And really all this is just setting the stage for the Realm Walker. So you'll have a separate event icon that'll let you know when the Realm Walker is going to be up. It's a world event, so it'll be in that list on the map with you know, other like world bosses and Legion events and stuff. And we have some video here to kind of show you what it looks like. Oh, actually, I think we have another slide about the Realm Walker first, sorry. Yeah, so this is what he looks like in game. He's awesome. Okay. These are just big, hulking kind of monstrosities stomping around, you know, just spreading Mephisto's hatred. They summon in monsters from a plane of hell through this portal on their back. And a lot of the monsters they summon, most of them are actually new monsters from Vessel of Hatred, the Hollows family, which are super cool and gross. So I think now we can take a look at what it actually looks like in game. So here's some players waiting for him to spawn. He starts burrowed like that, and you can kind of click the portal to summon some stuff to fight while you're getting warmed up here. I just love these enemies. I think they're so cool, the Hollows. So he busts out of the ground, and this is actually, we want to do something new with this event. and lean into the fantasy of this giant thing just like stomping around. So it's actually a walking
but
world
we
event.
can't
He
damage
has
it.
several different paths you can take throughout each area. He walks through the zone, and as he walks, he just leaves this, chaos behind him in his wake. He's summoning tons of hollows, and if you get in front of him, he just punts you out of the way and keeps going. You actually can't even damage him directly in this phase, but if you kill enough of the ads that he's spawning, it'll create these bloodbound guardians. Killing
I
these will
mean,
shave
Blood
some of
Surge
the
is gonna
HP
be
off
the
of the
build
realm
for
walker.
this.
So when he reaches the end of this
Definitely.
path and you can actually fight him, you'll have less HP to burn through. So this is a nice way to incentivize actually participating, sticking around for all this chaos. Obviously, lots of XP and whatnot from the mobs as well. So this is the event that he kicks off when he actually gets to his destination. When you interrupt this ritual by destroying all of these destructible hatred spires, that's when you'll actually be able to fight him directly. And I think we're going to see that here very quickly. This is a really cool encounter. There's just lots of
and the
he has a
usual
big
thing
smashy
about
attacks. He
Diablo
sprays a lot
4,
of damage everywhere.
it doesn't do
So
anything.
they've taken him down, and when he dies,
Yeah,
that
what happens
weird
when it
portal on
dies?
his back drops down and stays open. And there's only really one thing to do with a weird portal.
Go inside.
Yeah, you go in the portal.
go inside,
That's
of
your
course.
option. So
That's what
if
portals
you
are made for.
successfully killing the Realm Walker, taking down this massive demon, finally grants you your reward of more demons. So you're going to go into the Seething Realm. This is part of the Mephisto's area of hell. So you are going to have to continue fighting in here. It is not a barren landscape, but the demons you fight in here comparatively, if you were strong enough to take down a Realm Walker, don't be too worried. I think you're going to be able to manage the demons inside of the Seething Realm as well. This dungeon is a little bit more of a reward dungeon. So once you get in here, you're fighting your way through to get specific buffs at the end of it. So if we want, we can jump into the video here. Yeah, this is the first section. And this part, you're just kind of mowing through some of these smaller guys. You're really just looking for a specific gate here. There's a portal that you're going to be activating and making an important choice there about which section of the Seething Realm you go into. Here it is. This is the gate here. So you're going to click on this. You now have options. Based on a few consumables that you can put in, you can go into sections that are more focused on equipment bonus, a gold bonus. You can get a socketable bonus. You can get more endgame items with like compasses and boss materials. So you're going to pick one of these and decide that's the section I want to go into. You're going to get some drops similar to that in this section of the dungeon. But more importantly, this is going to set you up for the type of buff you want to get at the end of the dungeon. So again, this is not an empty area. You are going to have to fight through it. You're going to encounter more hollows in here, some more elites, all of this leading up to a chest at the end. Here's your reward. So finally, you just click on this, you get your reward. Just kidding. Yeah, of course it's a cursed event.
Of course.
You're going to have to fight even more demons. Nothing's free in hell. This is just how you got to do it. So you fight your way through some more elites. But don't worry, I believe in you. You can get through this. If you kill the last guy, there's one more there? Take him down. Come on, you can get it. All right, so he goes down. Now you get your prizes. You're going to open these chests. There's a variety of loot that you get, but one specific item that you're looking for in here, which is going to be a Seething Opal. So these little, there they are, yeah, little Seething Opals. They got a little seasonal marker on them. This is special to Season 6. When you get these, I'm going to take a look here. This is going to be a buff you get based on the one that you chose. There are some fundamentals you always get. So a Seething Opal always gives you a 15% bonus to experience. This is especially cool because it stacks with elixirs. You can have an elixir and a Seething Opal active at the same time. That's a huge bonus. On top of that, any Seething Opal that you use is going to allow you to now get reputation with the remnants of the Zakaru.
Nice.
Don will talk about that more in just a second, but that's going to be the reputation track for Season 6. And then beyond that, you will get a bonus depending on which portal you went through, which section of the Seething Realm you decided to go into. Here we go. Yeah, if you want to snapshot this, anybody who's screenshotting, these are some of the bonuses you can get. As you can see on here, you're getting maybe more items, maybe more gold, more socketables. So these bonuses are going to occur while fighting anything while having this buff active. So equipment, as an example, maybe I wanted more items to be dropping. When you kill monsters, there's a chance that they're going to drop a cache that is going to give you some additional loot. And if you're playing content in, let's say, further in the end game that monsters don't traditionally drop loot, not to worry, we've adjusted that as well. If you play through the pit, as an example, we have added an additional drop at the end of the pit, again, that procs based on which Seething Opal that you chose. There are a couple up here at the end. Oh, the Sockenable one I should mention. That one is special too. You do have to have Vessel of Hatred for that one. This one is more for people that are trying to get more runes. So, obviously you need to have Vessel of Hatred to get runes, so that's what's going to make this valuable to you.
But it's cool to also see like boss summoning items on here. Infernal Compasses as well. Infernal Compasses themselves are going to be very valuable because it's as Colin was mentioning before, they're like we saw what you can end up getting in Infernal Hordes and everything like that. It's just another opportunity to get more compasses for getting in there.
Yeah, Seething Opal Torment I think is great.
I think that grape flavored opal is going to be very popular.
the grape one is going to be pretty popular. And a question I just quickly saw, because you mentioned stacking with elixirs, does it also stack with incense?
Yes, it will stack with incense.
There you go. So that's a triple stack of XP right there, which is actually really cool. Yeah. So that's awesome. So obviously, we're seeing the rewards here, and one thing that you had mentioned, which was the Zach Room remnants. Like, what, Don? Can you talk to us a little bit about kind of what that progression track is going to be?
Yeah, sure. So these are the Zakharum remnants. You've probably seen these guys in Hawazar. These are the Crusaders with the rusty armor that have just been kind of bumming around since they failed to find Akarat's tomb. They have a very personal connection with Mephisto. He of course destroyed basically the Zakharum order many years ago, and at this time they're still just not really ready to stand up and fight this at full force. Right? They've been dealing with cultists, and they're just not at their full strength. So. You'll meet this Crusader right at the start of the season who will give you a very simple intro quest, basically, to guide you to kill a Realm Walker, clear a Seething Realm, and he'll be your point of contact for reputation rewards following that. So, basically, we built this in a way that, with the opals giving rep for all sorts of different activities, the idea is that you can
so I guess
go and kind of do whatever you want to do, as long as you're
season.
checking in periodically with the Realm Walker and keeping a stack of these opals on hand. It's very open-ended how you want to push this reputation track.
Yeah, it is always nice to see that anywhere that new demons occur in the world, there is always some faction out there that's trying to take care of them and would appreciate your help. So the Zakharum here, they've had a rough go of it, but if you can help them out, I think that we can handle this problem.
They're not at their best right now.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really like about the way we've looked at this whole package is that not only have we done a bunch of diligence in making sure that the story is taking part in all of Sanctuary, we're touching on some really cool lore stuff that has existed for a long period of time, but we're also leaning into a theme of giving the players more control over the experience. And so whether it's the choice of reward or being able to stack these rewards to get specific outcomes, you're going to see that not only in the season, so everybody's going to get access to this in the season, but we have that theme also creeping into some of the stuff you'll see with the Vessel of Hatred content in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So hopefully the hieroglyphs that we saw at the beginning, the designer, hopefully this makes sense now. Right?
Yeah,
you
the
kill
best
the Realm Walker
design.
to get the portal, you do the portal to get the opals, and then you go do the MS Paint sort of shapes of all the other activities that are in the game. You can also just chain run the Realm Walker if you'd like as well. He's up very often, and I expect people will kind of go back and forth on how often they're interacting with them. You might want to stack a bunch of opals for the weekend or something, right?
If you hate Realm Walkers and you're like, I just want to kill Realm Walkers all day, you can. But what I love about the season is exactly that. You can get the opal. It's a great buff, and now go play other content, including the new content that's coming out in Vessel of Hatred. If you bought the expansion, got a lot of options there, so you don't have to just play the seasonal content. You can go play this other stuff while still having the buff.
Including the Vessel of Hatred campaign, which is kind of a first, right? You'll need to have completed the base campaign, but you can play the Vessel of Hatred campaign alongside the Season 6 content, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so huge for people that have base game or Vessel of Hatred can partake in the content for this season. Don, Tim, thank you guys for walking us through all the Season of Hatred Rising content that's coming with the launch of Vessel of Hatred. This is starting right at the beginning, right when Vessel of Hatred actually comes out,
Sounds very
which
promising.
is on, again, October 7th at 4 p.m.
Might actually be an interesting season.
4 p.m. Pacific time, which is
What they usually do, like every even season, is good.
It'll be the 7th for me.
Yeah. 7
And
for
for
us here in
some
California,
reason,
but for other
this
people, if you
season
follow time zones,
was
that's
an odd
what it'll
season,
end up
and it
being.
was still
So,
good.
we'll see Tim more during our Q&A at the end, but we are actually going to jump into some of the Vessel of Hatred features next. We're going to do another musical chairs, Benny Hill style, swap out some mics and everything, but we have a lot to talk about. We got Spiritborn stuff to talk about. We got Kuras Undercity, or Kuras Undercity to talk about. Been doing that quite often this week. Dark Citadel, and of course Mercenaries. So we'll be back with a whole new crew here in just a couple minutes.
Okay, let's skip this part, if possible. Not possible anymore. Okay. Next topic, Vessel of Hatred. Well, so far the changes are not so bad. I expected more for the runes actually, and maybe for the class balance. I don't think the class balance will be okay. The usual thing. But for the rest of it, I think this new consumable looks really cool. We're definitely gonna use it. Hardcore players are massively gonna benefit from it, especially after dying. The drop rates look good. Overall, not so bad. October 8th, 2 a.m., 2 in the morning. Probably gonna do like a really long stream, slow load run, then go farm like crazy. At least I already I get invitations to play already with a bunch of people. Even now, people messaging me. So might play with a bunch of people. We've seen that one already, but okay. Overall, not really impressed by the Tarzan class. I don't like it. And I didn't see anything good in the class balance.
I'm in the middle of chewing it.
Not much.
Welcome back, guys. We are here.
Like, what I expected to see is like, at least on the Necro side,
content. This is all
buff
the
of Spide
new
Essence,
content that's coming with the
nerf
expansion.
Bone Spirit.
We've actually talked about this before
Anyway, yeah,
in
let's
specific
listen
moments,
to what they have to
but we
say.
didn't do like kind of bigger, deeper dives on this beyond like the Spiritborn, where we had a separate stream on, but we actually even have additional updates on that. But I want to let you guys introduce yourselves. As you can see, Brent has now moved to being next to me. He just wanted to be a little closer, that's all. But Derek, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Derek Nunez, lead season designer, and I'll be chatting about the Kuros Undercity in a few.
Bjorn.
Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer for Spiritborn.
Hi, I'm Dan Brace. I'm a lead game designer, and I'll be talking about Mercenaries.
Awesome, cool.
Nice.
So, you know,
I want to hear what Daniel has to say
Vessel
about
of Hatred.
Mercenaries,
I
though.
know players have heard us talk about it a little bit, but Brent, did you want to talk about any content specifically before we jump in?
Yeah, I mean,
just kind of teeing up the next big thing that we want to talk about is just kind of how well the Spiritborn reaction has been since we've announced it. It's been
I don't think
amazing
it's well,
to
actually.
see folks so excited about it.
Not
It's something that
very
we've been pouring
excited,
a
to
lot
be
of love
honest.
into. We wanted to make sure they were adding something fresh to the game, and I really feel like we're there. But when we released it, we actually
I think if they want to
still had
add
work to
something
do.
fresh to the game, that would be the
throughout
Crusader or
PTR,
Paladin class in Diablo, in the Diablo game. I'm gonna keep seeing
We've been
it.
putting a lot of effort into polishing things up, and I'm super excited to hear Bjorn talk about what we've got in store.
Looks like I'm more excited in advance for the next expansion, not this one.
which was really
This
cool.
one will
So, as
probably
we all
in
know,
like
Bjorn
3
was on
days.
our Spiritborn reveal stream,
The interest
and he's
will
back
drop
to talk more about
dramatically.
Spiritborn. So here is Spirit Bjorn to talk more about the
Had to do it right
Spiritborn.
away.
It's hard for me to actually say Spiritborn now because I just say Spirit Bjorn. So there we go.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes. I mean, we've seen a lot of the sort of in development side of it, and we're just going to talk about a few kind of final touches, the final version of a few things that we want to hit on quickly here in this presentation.
Let's
So
see.
starting off, we're going to talk about a couple of updates to the Spiritborn's passives. First off, we have 3 additional passives which have been added to the tree.
Wow,
Each of these
they
kind
get
of,
even more.
amplifies
That's
how
so
the
dumb,
skills
bro.
work,
I
that they
mean,
relate to.
it's
So
like the
we have one
most
for core
versatile
skills,
class, and they
one for
keep
potency
adding
skills,
shit
and
to
one
it.
for focus skills, and that sort of lets you kind of go more all in on any of those
Oh.
skills. There's also here on the far side of the slide an update to Noxious Resonance, which is one of Spiritborn's key passives. We really wanted to kind of clarify how this mechanic works, how it scales, and kind of answer some lingering questions about exactly how it works. But it's still largely based around exploding the poisons on your enemies. Moving on to another thing, we're going to have a small update to the Jaguar primary Spirit Hall. This will still do lots of damage whenever you spec into it. It's all about damage with the Jaguar. But this has focused it a little bit more about multi-attack skills, high attack speed, and really like allowing you to ramp up the damage that you can get it. Because now it's also based around the damage that you did in a short window. So that lets you sort of echo all of that damage that you did the faster you're attacking. Moving on to another small, or sort of medium-sized update, there was some confusion around Spirit Feathers, Storm Feathers, the Eagle Hall, how all that kind of works together. So this has been unified into a new concept just called Storm Feathers. What this is this is a buff that you can get. This increases your movement speed and it stacks duration. And now all of these things, they all speak to the Storm Feather concept. So you can get them, you can modify them, you can make them do different things, and you can even like use it to make kind of some crazy builds. I think we have a video for it where you can just kind of have feathers going all over the place as you're doing it. And you can even use like Temperine and various Paragon that increases Storm Feather potency that will speak to all of these aspects as well as the Eagle primary hall. And then moving on to the last thing we've got should be our uniques. So some of you might have gotten to see some early versions of these, but we want to kind of show off the final versions with all of their stats in all of their glory. So to start off, we have 6 unique Spiritborn rings. Each of these kind of emphasizes
6
a
unique
combination
Spiritborn
of 2
rings.
spirits, and really lets you sort of tailor how you generate your resource to sort of make the build that you're looking to make. Then moving on to our unique armors, we showed off the Scorn of the Earth boots that turns your sword into evade, and everybody really loved that. A couple other examples, we've got Craze of the Dead God, which allows you to turn poisoning, all damage coming at you into poisoning damage, and then sort of throw that back out at your enemies in the form of Touch of Death, which is pretty neat. And then we've also got our helms. We have 2 different unique helms. One is focused more along the lines of letting you sort of mix and match spirits, while the other one is more about kind of doubling down on using a single spirit. And then finally, we have our unique weapons. We've got several glaives and quarterstaffs. We already showed off the basic one, but we're going to quickly show off sort of its counterpart, which is the one for your core skills. So this one allows you to sort of spam your core skills almost as if they were basics. That's sort of reduced damage, but when you're at maximum vigor, it ramps up to be a maximum size, guaranteed crit, just massive screen clearing version of the core skill. So we think that one's pretty fun too. And then lastly, I believe I have a slide just for, yeah, there we go. are drop tables for the bosses. So if you're looking to target farm any of these specific ones, similar to the other classes, you can kind of farm these based on different bosses. So take a screenshot of this and go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, tons of updates. We've done so much internal testing. We've heard a lot of feedback because we had that deep dive blog. We've seen people theory craft. We've seen people actually play it at Gamescom. We've had a couple content creators like during the Spiritborn live stream and even during our kind of a preview event, they actually got to try it out and stuff. So hearing all this feedback and then applying some of the feedback and some of the internal feedback that we ended up getting and seeing all the changes here and updating everyone has been really cool to see. So thank you again, Bjorn, for walking us through the Spiritborn. The class is incredibly fun. Day one is what I'm playing for Vessel of Hatred.
Definitely.
I think most of us are, but it's a ton of fun to check out. Next up, what we wanted to talk about is Cuirass Undercity. This is actually a feature that we did announce with Gamescom, but we didn't really get a ton of opportunities to really kind of dive deeper into what Cuirass Undercity is. So, Derek, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the Cuirass Undercity is a brand new dungeon experience that our Vessel of Hatred players will be unlocking throughout the course of the campaign. It's appropriately located in the new capital city of Cuirass, but it's the part of town that's not recommended that the standard citizen venture into. It's a section of the Cuirass town that is still infested by the jungles of the rocks and kind of overrun with the worst of the worst. It's Nahantu's most wanted inside the various districts that make up the Undercity. Throughout the course, as players are unlocking it, they'll meet a new character named Seahek that kind of teaches you the laws of the Undercity and how to commune with the spirit flames to traverse its treacherous depths, basically. So that's kind of like the narrative setting for it, but let's dive into the actual experiential standpoint, which we see here already. So the Cuirass Undercity is an intense multi-floor time attack dungeon where players will be racing against an aggressive countdown timer to reach the district boss with as high of a rewards upgrade meter built up as possible and try not to let that timer expire. So fun little novel wrinkle here is that killing certain monsters we refer to as afflicted will give you time bonuses to extend your time in the Undercity, and just killing monsters in general and completing dungeon activities will build up this reward upgrade meter referred to in-game as attunement. As far as the Undercity's role, it's one new novel leveling content, but its power really comes into the fact that it's brand new opportunistic content that allows players to make very efficient, very specific progress towards rewards goals as the opportunities arise. I'll dive deeper into that in the next few slides, but for now, just want to kind of set the stage that the Undercity does not necessarily have any objective aside from get to the boss, beat the clock, and do so with the highest amount of rewards upgrades built up as possible. How the players go about doing that is entirely up to them, because this is, again, a dungeon that celebrates autonomy, flow, and variety.
And this is a good example.
So Sorcerer is gonna dominate this thing.
That we have. We want that player agency to come back to the player. Play your way, and I think this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a perfect
so let's dive
example
into
of
the next
imbalanced
slide
game.
here. Cool. So I mentioned opportunistic content, and this is where the Undercity's primary role in the reward structure is. So we have dungeon keys that grant you access to dungeons. The Undercity's version of a dungeon key is in the form of tributes. So you can hop into an Undercity run without a tribute, just do the thing, the base run. But when you start applying tributes, this is where we allow you to define the specific reward upgrade opportunities of your next Undercity run at the cost of increasing the run's challenge. So you can see an example of a tribute here. This is the Tribute of Radiance. And when you slot this in, so long as you complete your Undercity run with at least attunement rank 1, we will guarantee that you get Ancestral Legendaries at the end. We'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the nuances. You can see that it has dungeon affixes that define the specific challenge. So the higher and more powerful the tribute, the tougher the challenge is in the form of lower starting time, time bonus penalties, and potion drop penalties. But the fun doesn't stop there. In fact, we're just getting started. Once you apply a tribute, you now unlock the ability to define a bargain. Each tribute has a list of bargains mapped to it. So this tribute of Radiance has a collection of them. We're just picking out a couple that seem pretty fun to show off. And bargains allow you to further customize your rewards at a varying material cost. So we have one here, skill ranks, legendary armors will always possess at least one skill rank affix for X amount of gold here. And then the passive ranks, which you'll see a little bit more later, the legendary amulets will always possess at least one passive rank affix.
Okay,
so let's go into the next
not
slide
so
just
bad.
to, again, recap the full flow. And we're going to see a video of all of this to let it all kind of like soak in and see like the full flow of the Undercity. So we have the front end experience where you interact with the Spirit Brazier. You can jump directly into your district run, or you can optionally apply a tribute and then a bargain to specify the rewards opportunity of your next run. So let's go see this in action. Look at that. So this is the hub of the Undercity, and that's the Spirit Brazier that I was mentioning. You can see that we have the base, the base run rules. Starting time, no time bonus penalties, no potion drop penalties, and we have the opportunity to apply a tribute. We have 4 tributes here, so we'll show these in a still shot later, so you don't have to like worry about, oh, what does it say? But we have 4 tributes here that range from magic all the way to unique to accommodate your leveling journeys. So for now, we applied the legendary tribute that'll guarantee ancestral uniques at the end of your run. And again, this is the list of potential bargains that I mentioned that each tribute has.
50
But each tribute
million
has, like,
gold,
varying
for fuck's
quantities
sake.
of bargains attached to
my.
it. So we're going to pick the passive rank legendary amulets for the low price of 50 million gold. The Spirit Flame services don't come cheap, but they're worth it. Pick the passive rank varying quantities of bargains attached to it. So we're going to pick the passive rank legendary amulets for the low price of 50 million gold. The Spirit Flame services don't come cheap, but they're worth it. So we got the portal open, and we're going to hop into the run. We're going to have this play a couple times. First, I just want to point out the HUD, because this is really kind of your guide through the experience. So you can see at the top, once we exited that Spirit Aura, the timer starts, and that's a nice little timer at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We also display the number of floors that you have left to traverse. Very key information right there. To the right-hand side in the objective tracker, we have the attunement meter, and it's segmented into 4 ranks. Again, as I mentioned, achieving rank 1
Isn't it obvious now that how much this build
to
sucks? Like,
the
imagine
value
this
of the
with some
tribute that you slotted
very
in.
powerful blood
All
surges
subsequent
walking around,
ranks,
pushing the button,
further
scream
enhance
dice.
the value of that reward.
I mean,
so while you certainly
what
want
is
to
this now?
strive to get attunement rank 4 to maximize your payout, it's not necessary if you're feeling the pinch.
How much damage is this? And it's not good
rank
enough.
4 to maximize your payout. It's
What?
not necessary if you're feeling the pinch.
Because it's adding to the
pressure, but if you at
timer.
least
That's
get
why
attunement rank
there's
1,
this thing.
You can,
Okay.
run it to the boss room and still come away with the thing that you're looking for. Gonna point out a couple things here.
So it's obvious
you might have
how
seen,
this
let's do the
build is
Spirit
not
Beacon. So the
suitable
Spirit
for this.
Beacon is
At
one of
least.
our activity types, and completing it both gives you attunement, a good splash of attunement, and it applies a momentary spirit buff that increases your movement speed and reduces your the skill cooldowns. Again, you got to move fast in the Undercity, so these Spirit Beacons are incredibly useful for getting you to the next location, whether it's another Spirit Beacon or the exit. We're also kind of showing here the Lesser Afflicted. As you can see, they're clearly marked in the game world. They're all orangey glowy, so you can keep your focus on the combat. And killing them is what gives you the time bonuses to extend your run. I think that's kind of the long and short of the Undercity run. Again, this is an example of floor 1. There's still 2 more floors to traverse to get to the boss room. Yeah, let's hop up. There we go. We're into the boss room. So in this case, we have finished all 3
There's no
floors. We made it
timer
to
on the
room.
boss,
One
so
thing you
that's
notice
fine.
That time expiration, it stops. Time drain stops in the boss room, so you just need to make it to the boss room before that timer hits 0. This is Aaliyah, one of our 3 district bosses. And it's important to call out that there are 3 total districts to explore in the Undercity. Again, that's kind of tapping into the variety aspect of things. So
wow,
again,
this
just
deals
one of 3,
damage.
henchmen that own the various districts. So in this case, we're at the tail end of this fight. We just, killed Aaliyah, and we see that we ended this run with a
Based
full
on what I just saw,
reward upgrade.
pretty sure
of
not
4.
playing
So now we're going to get the best possible payout for
as
this.
the main character.
And we came in here
Definitely
looking for
not.
ancestral legendaries, and as the
With an
Spirit
amulet with
Flames
passives.
promised, ancestral legendaries is what we get. And the greater affixes. And we also see that we got an amulet. If we were to dive into the amulet, we would have seen that the bargain would have applied to it as well. So the player would have gotten
Let's see the
what they
result.
came in here for.
The result. Oh boy.
So that's a really quick snapshot of.
They didn't show it to verify
structure
that
of an
what,
Undercity flow.
what they're saying is
I
true.
want to take this time just to dive into a little bit more details on the tributes that we saw in the gameplay footage and spend a little bit more time with them. So this is an example of 4 of our 8 total tributes. These are hand-selected primarily just to showcase how the tributes are tuned to progress with your leveling journeys. So we start off here with the Tribute of Growth. This is usable in all difficulty levels. This is the tribute that rewards additional experience when you complete the Undercity. So this is great, for leveling up your alts, leveling up your character in general. And you can see here that we start applying the first of the, penalties or challenges for this, in the sense that we have lower starting time. We actually incur a time bonus penalty now, and we have potion drop penalties. Something also to note is, this is just found randomly in Sanctuary, so as you're just doing your standard leveling stuff, like the Hell Tides or whatever, you will get these types of tributes to say, point you to the Undercity.
Wait, and this one is like with an increased
this
chance
is
of
just
me
found randomly in Sanctuary, so as you're just doing
rewards,
your standard leveling stuff, like the Hell
unique.
Tides or whatever, you will get these types of tributes to say, point you to the Undercity every now and again. So
which is
let's go back
not
to
so bad.
the tribute gallery, as I like to call it.
Can we go back to that last slide that we had up there? There we go.
Yeah. Cool. All right, cool. Thank you. And then we get to, from there, it just gets progressively more challenging, but also progressively more rewarding for the players. So Tribute of Harmony rewards guaranteed runes. This is a Torment tier difficulty. And you can see, we just amp up the challenge with each one. The Tribute of Radiance is the one that we just saw in action, that we guaranteed ancestral legendaries. And the Tribute of Ascendance is example of kind of like the cream of the crop tribute, unique tribute that guarantees several uniques with an increased chance of a mythic unique. And I just want to call it out here that I know that the last 2 tributes say that they're resolute tributes and they only apply rewards to the player that offered it. We do have variants of both of these that work in party. So that whole is covered. The rest of the tributes that don't have that distinction, they reward everyone in the party. It's just these last 2 that kind of had that little asterisk on it. Yeah, I think that's the gallery of the tributes. And,
so
again,
party group play will be OP again because of
a
this.
variety of content like the Whisper Caches, the Summoned Lair bosses, and a variety of things that I'm forgetting on the spot here.
Yeah, this is a fantastic activity to do when you're somewhat in the mid-game of your journey. So you're going to be introduced to this as you're making your way through the campaign. And but the thing I like about it is with all the progression changes that we've been looking at, this also scales with you. And so this is the type of activity that's going to stick with you for a while. It's a great way to get control over looking for the items you're looking for, and the time attack feature of this is really great.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is like you can do it solo or you can do it with a group. So it's not like you have other options if you want to bring in a full party or if you like to just conquer it yourself. And I know a lot of people in chat are going like, hey, 50 million for all that. There are. I'm not sure if you guys saw all the different bargains and everything. There's a plethora of different costs for a lot of different options. And depending on what you're looking for, you can obviously target specific things. You may specifically want, uniques or something like that, and that like chaotic uniques I think had like an obol requirement or whatever. So there's a lot of different bargain options for players to get, and if you are looking for specific rewards, you have an additional avenue to do so, which is really cool with Cuirass Undercity. So awesome.
Cool.
Well, there we go. That's
I think there's more,
you have
actually.
more? Oh,
We're not done yet. We're not
We're not
done
done
yet.
yet.
Yeah, it's the best part. Yeah, the Kuros Undercity is the gift that keeps on giving. So, one additional activity that you'll discover as you're romping through the Undercity is our Undercity unique treasure goblin, the Portal Prankster. We'll show some gameplay footage in just a moment, but first, just want to call out killing him will reward a bonus chest at the end of the dungeon. And in addition, that contains just standard, treasure goblin loot, runes, and more tributes. So it's a really good, very juicy reward to go after the Portal Prankster when you come across him. But you would be doing so at your own peril, because you'll see in this video that he has a particular mechanic to him that makes it a little bit tricky when you have a continually timer that's continually counting down. So you'll see here that when he's aggroed, he opens up a bunch of portals and just like Benny Hills through them. It's a chase. So this is kind of tapping into the risk versus reward nature of the Undercity, where you make decisions based on how confident you are at the current state of your run. And again, killing him is very lucrative. He doesn't drop anything aside from attunement right from the get-go, but all of his rewards are funneled at the end of the experience. So again, a variety of the spice of life in the Undercity, and really excited to get this into the hands of players.
Yeah, it's cool to see a new Goblin variant right there, and then of course, the ultimate Troll Goblin, as you can see in the gameplay, and that's the risk reward you were talking about. Like, do you spend the time and chasing after this specific goblin as it's bouncing between different portals as your time is ticking down and you're trying to progress and get better rewards. And of course, if you succeed and you get everything, you get that extra chest at the end, which is really awesome.
Yeah,
so
it's worth it.
Yeah, most definitely is worth it, especially since you get so much progress added once you do actually take down the goblin as well. So thank you, Derek, for walking us through this. We have a bunch of seats here. We actually have a physical seat here, because we do actually have one other person that we're going to be tapping into to talk to us about the Dark Citadel, and this is Mr. Jason Bentley, who is live via satellite. That's what I'm going to say, satellite, from the East Coast. Jason is our lead raid designer on Dark Citadel, and Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. As you heard, I'm the lead for the Dark Citadel, and we're going to talk about
the environment
Rise of the
is very bright.
This is the very first multiplayer-focused piece of content for Diablo 4.
Well, not the first.
So, as you can kind of guess, this whole thing's about essence and souls and sealing them and owning them and just using it as power. Go ahead. So, why are we here? We're here to fight the first Khazra. They are taking over the crater left from the Mage Clan Civil War, blasted a hole into the ground, and they've moved in, and they're using all the souls from the dead Mage Clan people to power their crazy experiments. They're really, really evil. They are taking people, they take their own kind, and they turn them into like power sources and batteries, and they use them, and they're all about resurrecting their dead god Zagral. This all takes place starts in Nahantu. You start out the whole quest line in Kurast. People are gonna tell you how bad this is. They really don't like having their friends and family stolen and taken and drained and having Hus returned. So you're gonna go on a quest to go find out what's happened to these people and see if you can go help. A lot of other heroes have actually tried this and they have all failed. So really, when you get through this entire experience, what you really come back with is, only together can we prevail. We need to bring some friends with you to come to this content. You're not going to be able to do it on your own.
Which sucks. Because what about the lone wolves, right?
Once you get through all of this actually
I mean, the stupid part of it is required
early leveling experience
to be in a party.
You're really into the game, and you really need to like move your build along. So once you enter Torment 1, you can go on this quest and access the Ancient Nexus, which is its own town space with a waypoint of all of its own, which gives access to the 3 dungeons you can see here. These dungeons have multiple boss fights in each one, and they each take a little bit of time to get through. Practice will help you optimize these runs. Experience will help you show expertise and shepherding other people to show them how to complete these mechanics. And communication is not required, but it definitely leads to better outcomes. There's a lot of new challenges and mechanics, and there's really no mercy for the hardcore players, so you have to be good too. As you can see right now, we've actually got one party split across 2 different realms, doing different mechanics and helping each other and coming back together to bring down the boss. It really takes at least 2 players to do these mechanics. We have multiplayer boss fights through the entire experience, and we always say that players are stronger together. It's tuned for 4 players. 2 players can do these mechanics, but it means you have to handle the mechanics and the monsters and the bosses by yourselves. We're not going to duck the difficulty for fewer players. We have lots of crazy mechanics going on. We've got people relying on each other to get through all of this. There's a lot of hero moments in this content. The best moments we had when we were playtesting this is somebody's dead and the other person's running around and they click the switch or they res their friend right in time to jump through the portal or kill the boss, and everyone's just screaming and having a great time. It's really, really fun to work together. See those moments where, like, depending on your party members, really pays off. We also have an exclusive monster family for the Dark Citadel. These are the newest, smartest monsters you have met. These are the first Khazra. They're pretty evil people. Shout out to the first Khazra monster family team. They did a great job on all of these guys. They are awful. They're decadent. They're sophisticated. They use a lot of magic. They do a lot of crazy things to like bring down the party.
Cool looking enemies, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I know with at least Dark Citadel, of course, there's always awesome rewards that are kind of associated with this. Jason, do you want to talk to us a little bit about those?
Absolutely.
I think we have that queued up. Yeah, let's see if we can get that queued up here. The joys of
Well, we do have.
We did it.
Oh, actually, a quick quality of life improvements here. We actually have a marker system to help parties get through the experience. You can just drop them into your emote wheel, and then as you're running through the experience, you can use those emotes to indicate to your friends and party members, hey, I found something of interest, or hey, it's over here, this is the way forward. And then a really nice thing is this is available outside the Citadel as well. It's not exclusive. So you'll be able to use this wherever you go with your party. We also have a combat log during the Citadel experience to help you understand what's happening, especially where you're taking damage from and big moments. And you've heard about the Party Finder. That's also created with obviously Citadel in mind, but it supports everybody else. But we want to make sure we facilitate getting lots of people into this content.
Yeah,
hopefully now we can talk about rewards.
Yeah. Well, before we jump into that, I do want to make mention, because that was a really interesting screen to see the communication stuff and talking about Party Finder. One of the things that we've seen since launch is that our cooperative player base is growing. You know, it's growing steadily, and so we wanted to make sure that we did a couple of things. First off, we wanted endgame content for them, right? That's what this is all about, is making sure that we have that really aspirational endgame content for folks who like to play with their friends. The other thing is that we know that we could let this spread out into more segments of the game. And so the Party Fighter was originally a discussion that we had for how to support the Dark Citadel, but it is now benefiting all the other activities in our game as well. So for those of you who experience, you're seeing the early stages of us really expanding, getting people together in the content that is the best inside of the game. And so it's really exciting. But it does boil down to that communication, and that marker system is something that can be both used in the Citadel as well as outside of the Citadel.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to be really valuable for accessibility for a lot of folks out there.
Yep, most definitely. All right, now on to rewards.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
There you go.
Sorry, I had to get that in there.
Absolutely. So you're actually chasing a weekly reward that resets on the Tuesday or the day of the week that we set. So really, that's going to drop a massive ancestral loot drop each time you pop that open, which only happens when you complete all 3 dungeons. You're going to want to chase that thing. That is a huge, important drop for a week. But beyond that, there's lots of rewards for repeated runs. The Citadel coins are going to allow you to purchase all of these consumables, and you can maximize the number of coins you get per run by killing treasury monsters and playing on higher difficulties. Like, it really scales up the Citadel coins you get. And why do you care about those? Well, these rewards these consumables really make it easier and more fun to play with groups and parties. But it also allows purchase of the Scroll of Restoration. So if you want to like just chase down and buy scrolls, this is a great place to do that.
Sick slide for production right
there. We're doing this live, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually really cool to see. And again, the Scroll of Restoration being a reward in...
That was good. Let's show it again.
Difficulties. Like, it really scales up per run. Resets on the Tuesday or the day of the week that we set. So really, that's going to drop a massive ancestral loot drop each time you pop that open, which only happens when you complete all 3 dungeons. You're going to want to chase that thing. That is a huge, important drop for a week. But beyond that, there's lots of rewards for repeated runs. The Citadel coins are going to allow you to purchase all of these consumables, and you can maximize the number of coins you get per run by killing treasury monsters and playing on higher difficulties. Like, it really scales up the Citadel coins you get. And why do you care about those? Well, these rewards these consumables really make it easier and more fun to play with groups and
Yeah, okay.
parties. But it also allows purchase of the Scroll of Restoration. So if you want to like just chase down and buy scrolls, this is a great place to do that.
Sick slide for production right there.
We're doing this live, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually really cool to see. And again, the Scroll of Restoration being a reward in Dark Citadel. And like what we talked about earlier, you actually do get 2 guaranteed ones in the season journey. And at the same time, those are something that you can find all around the world. But Dark Citadel is like also just like that guaranteed way of being able to get it as well. So there's a lot of different variety of rewards. But it goes beyond what we just showed right there. There's actually some really, really cool stuff as well that I know Jason wants to show off us.
Absolutely. I would love to end up on just the way everyone can show off their ability to just play this content to the top levels. So we're going to show you our premier gear. There's actually 2 levels of gear that you can get from playing the Dark Citadel. There's the normal level gear, which you'll get from Torments 1 through 3, and it's pretty accessible. But what you're seeing you'll get from Torments 1 through 3, and it's pretty accessible. But what you're seeing right now is our premier content, which comes from only completions in Torment 4. So I hope this is as exciting for everyone to get as I'm excited to give it to you. So I'll see you in the Citadel, and thank you for letting me show this off.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. To this mount.
That mountain.
Go back to the mount. Go back to the mount. I know you were probably like, oh, we got to scroll through everything. But, okay, there we go. The mount is sick. See. Scroll through. There we go.
Do it live.
Okay, yeah, the mount is sick. That's something that I think a lot of people are going to be kind of like chasing after for sure with the Dark Citadel. Jason, thank you so much for walking us through that. Really excited for it. And what's cool is, like, as Jason mentioned, Dark Citadel itself, like, you can do it with a group of 4. You can even attempt to go for 2 people. If you're really skilled, you have that option of being able to do it. The Party Finder feature now being part of the game now. You can actually access Party Finder, find other people that may want to jump into Dark Citadel and group up with them. And of course, we have the additional communication tools with all the different pings that you can end up using and markers that you can end up using to help kind of guide that whole entire group there. So lots of cool stuff coming with Dark Citadel, really cool endgame content that's coming to Vessel of Hatred, and we can't wait to see people jump into it. Can't wait to jump into it myself. But of course, we have one last topic that we do want to talk about with Vessel of Hatred, and that is our Mercenaries feature. That is
Finally,
something that we did announce during Gamescom, but we do want to go into a little bit of a deeper dive today on that specifically. So Brent, Dan, do you guys want to take us through Mercenaries?
Yeah, just to kick it off, you know, Mercenaries is one of those legacy features that you've seen in multiple Diablo games. And when we started talking about this very early on, we're like, what is the approach that we can take that really complements everything else that we're doing in Diablo 4 that is different? Obviously, we've been touching things like itemization, and we've been doing a bunch of reworks on class builds. So we knew a couple things here. First, we wanted to make sure that the system was built in a way that could complement your build type, right? So every build type has a little bit of a soft spot, and Mercenaries is a really good way of, you can level them up in a way that can actually fill in that soft spot. And the other thing that we really wanted to make sure of is that they were always useful, right? And so as you play along the game, like you're interacting with them in way different ways than you would just by leveling up and using them basically as a power item, right? And so the way that we folded this in is far more robust than we've seen in other systems in the past. And yeah, I can't wait for Dan to show it off.
Awesome, yeah, let's dive into it. So I think we can go to the first slide. Awesome. So we announced these characters at Gamescom, and these are the 4 mercenaries that you're going to meet as you play Vessel of Hatred. Early on in the campaign, you're going to meet Rahir, the guy in the middle, and you're going to lend him a hand in kind of tracking down these other characters, doing their quest lines, and unlocking them. And they're like really involved quest lines. They're pretty awesome. They have cutscenes. They have, you know, a lot of narrative and backstory where you kind of get to know more about these characters. And they have a lot of personality, so they're pretty interesting. And we really want to make them feel like characters that live in the world. They don't just sit in the hideout the whole time when you're running around, and you might see an event where they're actually participating in the event. So you may even run into some of these characters before you unlock them. Cool, so today I'm going to cover a little bit more detail than what we announced at Gamescom. I'm going to talk about playstyle and perk for each mercenary. I'm going to talk about reinforcements, which is a new way to interact with mercenaries. And then we're going to talk about bartering and progression at the end. All right, so I'm going to talk about the playstyles for each mercenary. And to start, I want to just show an example of a skill tree. So every skill tree for a mercenary, at the very top, the starting node is their perk. And this is a passive bonus you get whenever a mercenary is hired into your party. And they're pretty awesome. They're really powerful. Hopefully when you hire a merc, you feel like they're changing the way you play. And then every skill tree has 6 skills and 12 upgrades. So let's dive into some examples. So for Rahir, he's really like the tank if you need someone to help protect you. And his skill tree is kind of split up into a tower shield, which is about getting in the thick of battle, tanking things for you, taunting. And he also has a round shield, which is sort of themed around being a holy protector. So the top node that you start with for Rahir, and this is when you hire him to your party, is Valiance. And what this does is basically if you take a lot of damage in one hit, he's going to fly in, negate that damage, block it for you, and he's going to knock down enemies. He's also going to grant you unstoppable, so he can really save your life. So here's an example where this beast is going to hit me, and these guys hit pretty hard. So here comes, boom. So Rahir kind of leapt in, he negated that damage, and he knocked them down. So that's awesome. I imagine hardcore players will gravitate towards this unless they are risk takers. So definitely a very powerful perk.
Most of them will do that.
Let's talk about some upgrades. I think we skipped ahead a slide if we want to go back one. There we go. Cool, so here's some upgrade examples on Rahir's skill tree. The first one, Draw Fire. We're going to show a video in a second. Whenever I use a healing potion, Rahir's going to taunt enemies near him. So if you're in danger, you need health, it's going to help save you. Iron Wolf's Virtue, when Rahir's Valiance is triggered, he heals you, and his cooldown's reduced, so you can just get it to happen more often. And he has a shield throw, which some D3 Crusader players might love, where he chucks his shield, it bounces off some targets, and this kind of marks them, so you can sort of play whack-a-mole, and if you hit those targets, you'll get healed back. So it's another way to keep yourself alive. All right, cool. Let's check out an example for Draw Fire. So you're going to see I use my potion. The UI would help you show that, but yeah, I used the potion right there. Rahir taunted everybody. Sweet. I did not die, and I'm happy. All right, let's go to the next one. So Varyana, we call her the Berserker Crone. She is a reformed cannibal, She's got a pretty interesting backstory. I love her personality. She's kind of zany and crazy. She's also the cook for the mercenaries, and I don't know if I would eat her food. I don't really trust her. But her skill tree is kind of split up into two themes: dual wield axes, which is all about visceral cleaves and bleeds, and large mace, which is heavy slams. So you may be familiar with the massacre bonus from D3. Her perk is very similar, where basically you get this bonus. We could jump to the video. And as you kill monsters, you're going to see when I get 10 kills, the massacre bonus kicks in. It's going to show up above her portrait on the left side of the screen. So it should say times 10. Cool. I now have a massacre bonus started. As I build this up and I get it to higher thresholds, I'm going to get more and more movement speed. So you're kind of encouraged to play more aggressive, keep this going before it runs out of time. And it sort of snowballs into this fun gameplay where you're going really fast. So you can embrace your inner Sanic and go real fast with Varyana as your hired merc. All right, I got some upgrades for Varyana. So dismembering is, oh yeah, sorry. So this one is going to guarantee an overpower. She's going to knock people down, and you get a guaranteed overpower. So if you're playing Barb, it's going to be really useful. Reprisal is when you get CC'd, Varyana is going to leap on the enemy that inflicted it and knock them down. So this can also save your life. And no escape is Varyana does whirlwind. This makes it really big, and as she's spinning around, she's kind of grouping enemies up for you. So that can be a fun one. I think we showed both. So yeah, dismembering here. So she's going to set us up. We get a guaranteed overpower. You do a bunch of damage. Sweet. That feeds into a lot of builds. And then we have reprisal here. So I got chained by that monster. She leapt on them, knocked them down.
No, I don't think so.
Canceling that for me. All right, cool. Subo the Bounty Hunter. He's themed on longbows, which is precision shooting and traps. The other side of his tree is crossbows, heavy bolts, and explosives. And his perk is kind of broken up into two parts. So he has a passive component, which is he reveals enemies and materials on the mini-map. And his active component is that we call him the Bounty Hunter because he's going to call out targets during combat. And if you kill that target, you get a bunch of resource back. And also, the more you do that, the more often he's going to be casting Seeker. So you're kind of trying to keep this up where you want to make sure you're killing his targets and spending your resource before you do so. And this lets you just cast more abilities, which always feels great. All right, let's check out an example. So I'm in town. I'm going to walk out here with Subo. And you can look at the mini-map, top right, and it's starting to populate with herbs and ore veins, and you'll see all the monsters on the mini-map as well. So that's kind of his scouting component. And sorry, we're going to have to loop this one because I talked too slowly, but he also is marking a target, and you saw when I killed them, I got a bunch of resource.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with Subo, especially because the fact that he highlights like ore veins and things like that are pretty huge for people, especially with all the changes that we're adding to like how materials can also be used to maybe craft like legendaries and stuff. So Subo is kind of like my personal favorite, but yeah.
It definitely embraces, I think, what Brent was talking about too, where mercenaries are really about utility, and they kind of add choices that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pick on your character. Or they help
I
you just
wouldn't
kind of
rely
fill
on
gaps in your build,
Merc
or
to
maybe
do that.
encourage
No.
you to do, have more diversity in your build. Maybe they expose new options for you. So it's pretty interesting. All right, cool. We're going to show off some Subo upgrades. So first we have Share a Drink, which is whenever he throws his Molotov, there's a chance for him to drop a healing potion for you. Mastermind, Subo's Wire Trap, and Trip Mines.
Maybe this crowd
size.
control duration
And then
thing
you and
would be
Subo
good.
both have increased crowd control duration. Thrill Seeker is going to reduce cooldowns for every monster hit. So here's an example of Share a Drink. He threw a Molotov, he dropped a potion for me, and that can just help you more consistently get potions, which could definitely be useful for a lot of players.
Yeah.
All right.
Somewhat.
Oldkin. This is definitely a fan favorite. We call him the Forsaken Child. His tree is sort of split up into two magic types: Fire Magic, which is all about burning enemies and making them suffer, and Shadow Magic, which is haunting souls that kind of like apply dots and spread to enemies. His perk is dependent on what your skill tree choices are. So if you're on the fire side of the tree or the shadow, you will get different buffs and debuffs. So every once in a while, he's going to turn into a demon of one of those forms. If he's on the shadow side, you and all the enemies around him become vulnerable. If he's on the fire side, he's going to make it so all your direct damage applies burn to enemies, but it's also draining your resource. So he's really themed around this Kiss Curse mechanic, and whenever this happens, it can be a huge benefit, but also there's some downsides to it, potentially. All right, cool, so he's casting some fire skills. We're gonna see Altkin on the left, he's turning into a fire demon. This gives him a whole new skill set. He's got immolation, he's burning nearby enemies, and he's helping kill everything. And then you can see when I'm doing direct damage, it's applying burn, but also my resource is draining. This is if I'm on the shadow side. He turned into a shadow demon at the top. He's going to do a cool ability where he pulls everyone into a line, lines them up for you. That always feels really good. And yeah, in that one, he's making everyone vulnerable. Sweet, let's talk about some upgrades for Aldkin. So I think this will be a lot of people's favorites. Ember's Gift, whenever he casts Firestorm, if you stand in it, you're getting 33% of your primary resource per second. And we're going to show a video of that in a sec.
Nice.
Terrify, he does Haunt. Yeah, thank you. He's got 30% chance to apply invulnerable to enemies, so another way to get keywords applied to things. And Burning Chaos, that's his ult. Whenever you cast your ult, it resets his. Wave of Flame is really cool. It's this giant fire wave that destroys enemy projectiles. You can kind of like run with it and fight inside of it, and I've seen a lot of people get use out of that. Cool, okay, let's check out Ember's Gift. So he's gonna cast Firestorm, and look at my resource. It's just flying up really fast while I'm standing in this area. So it's a good way to kind of have this happen, and then you just get to spam a bunch of abilities and murder monsters.
In the end game you can do that anyway.
So yeah, here's a quick example of, we do have a lot of keywords and ways for mercenaries to utilize them and spread them to enemies, so that can help with a lot of builds too.
Yeah, it's nice having an option to like add vulnerable to more enemies, especially like AoE, doing AoE or anything like that. So yeah, really cool to see. I know, of course, there's other mechanics with mercenaries that we did want to talk about. So Dan, do you want to jump into how reinforcements actually works?
Yeah, let's talk about reinforcements. So I guess before I explain reinforcements, there are two methods of using mercenaries. One is hiring them, and that's for solo players. So if you're playing solo, you're not in a party, you can hire a mercenary. Everyone at all times can also have a reinforcement. So if you're in a party, everyone has a reinforcement. If you're solo, you get both. And if you're playing solo, they have to be two different characters. So your hired mercenary has to be different from your reinforcement. All right, what the heck are reinforcements? So reinforcements are a new way to interact with mercs where you can kind of call a mercenary into battle, have them perform a skill at an opportune moment, and you get to sort of control when that happens. And this reminds me a lot of like old school fighting games where you can kind of cast an ability and a character will fly off screen, he'll do something really cool. Hopefully that helps you a lot, and that's, I think very much inspired by that.
Yeah, it's like assists. They jump in, they do something, and then they like pop back out, so it's really cool.
So you're gonna choose an opportunity, which is when does it happen? You could link this to any of your action bar slots. So you could say, hey, when I press 1 and I teleport, the mercenary does this skill, and then you choose a skill that you have unlocked for that mercenary. All right, let's check out some examples. So this one's quick. I'm gonna cast teleport, and you'll see Rahir appear. And then he sort of flies in battle. He does this triple slam. He groups everyone up. Grouping enemies up is always good. Thank you, Rahir. I drop a meteor on their head. In this one, we cast Bone Prison, and Aldkin shows up and casts Firestorm for me. There's going to be a lot of combinations here, I think,
which kind of sucks because
player abilities and all the different reinforcement skills. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how players utilize the system. You can use it more defensively or more offensively, and hopefully you agree, a lot of the skills give you added utility. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to mix and match, which would be cool.
Another thing I'm excited about that is that the system is built to grow. And so our ability to add more conditions in which you bring them in and continue to grow potentially the powers that we can see too. It's a very robust system that can go a pretty long way. So it's great.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. And I think finally we want to talk about some bartering.
Yeah, we're going to talk about rapport, which is the progression, and then bartering, but they're all, it's all tied together.
It's all one unit.
We're good. It's all tied together. Yeah, so rapport is the progression for mercenaries, and we could go ahead and jump to the first slide. So this is what the rapport looks like. You may be familiar with this type of UI. In this example, we're rank 5. The first 4 skill ranks are how you get your skill points for the skill tree. We want you to unlock all the cool, fun abilities for mercs pretty quickly and up front. After that point, it's all about upgrades for bartering. And bartering is, we're going to show it off in a second, but progressing your mercs improves the bartering system, which is kind of a way to trade with mercenaries at the hideout and get really useful items. So the very last rank, we hovered over it quickly there. You can actually repeat the very last rank for mercenaries and continue to earn the currency. So if you say, hey, I really like Aldkin, I don't want to level anyone else up, you could just keep playing this character and you'll keep getting resources. Hopefully we're encouraging you though with these upgrades to kind of rank up all your mercs and keep making bartering better. All right, let's talk about bartering. So at the hideout, you can talk to Fiera, and she will pull up a UI where you can trade for items. A lot of them are legendaries, and as you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna basically increase this list so you can find more interesting things. Hopefully, you can find some really cool legendary items that you're excited about. As you upgrade your mercs, you're gonna get more chances for legendaries, and each mercenary has an aspect category associated with them. So Aldkin, for example, gives you resource aspect caches. So if you level up Aldkin, that has a chance, instead of getting a resource legendary, you're going to get a resource legendary aspect cache. And in this case, we open one of those caches. Sweet, I got a bunch of items. It's not exactly target farming, but it's a way to increase your chances of things you may be looking for. There's going to be a lot of other really useful items in here, like crafting materials, boss summoning parts, some masterworking recipes, things like that. And that's about it. So you can restock the supply on this, and the currency you re-roll this inventory with is the same currency that you're spending to buy items. So you kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to re-roll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and you buy them. And then every day when you log in, you get one free re-roll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your pale marks. And I think that's all we have for mercenaries today. So thank you for...
Yeah, I love hearing about the bartering system because it's just another avenue for hey, if I need masterworking materials or if I need boss summoning materials, I can literally go and check and see if I can barter for it now as another opportunity.
No? Bartering. Ah.
So you kind of have to pick and choose, like, do I want to re-roll or do I want to wait? And hopefully you see things that you're interested in and you buy them. And then every day when you log in, you get one free re-roll. Just trying to be nice to the players. Hopefully you get what you want without having to waste all your pale marks. And I think that's all we have for mercenaries today. So thank you for...
Yeah, I love hearing about the bartering system because it's just another avenue for hey, if I need masterworking materials or if I need boss summoning materials, I can literally go and check and see if I can barter for it now as another opportunity for getting those specific things, which is really, really cool to see. So Dan, thank you very much for walking us through the mercenaries coming to Vessel of Hatred. And so everything that this group actually talked about here, this is all exclusive to Vessel of Hatred. So with the expansion and anyone who actually ends up purchasing the expansion, they'll be able to access all the different features that we talked about, from Spiritborn to Cuirass Undercity to Dark Citadel, and of course the mercenaries. So lots of stuff in the expansion specifically for this that we're all excited for everyone to jump into. October 7th, 4 p.m. Pacific in California, globally, wherever your time zone is, that it's tied to that is when it will end up hitting. So, and we have a cool map. But I know we talked about a lot today. We do want to, of course, do our normal Q&A that we always do at the end. But before we actually end up doing that, I know, Brent, you wanted to talk a little bit about the journey here.
Yeah, honestly, we talk at the team level a lot about our communication with the community at this point. And I've said it a few times where it's it feels so good to be in a dialogue now. And everybody at home, you've heard us say, we're listening. I actually feel like we're well beyond that point at this moment. We really feel like the community is now one of our team members, and we're developing together at this point, and we're starting to all pull in the same direction, and we've learned so much, right? We've come out with season 1, we took some lumps there, right? We knew we had a lot of work to do, and all the dialogue that we've had has led up to things like the success of season 4 and season 5. And so the fact that the community is really a part of our team now, it shows us a great pathway. We still have a lot of work to do. There's things we want to get to.
Yeah.
Armory.
Yeah, Armory,
We want to
which
get
is
to
in
Armory.
development. Yeah, so
we talked about that a little bit at Gamescom, but these are the types of things that are really fine-tuning the way we get there. And honestly, we couldn't get there without all of you at home. Thank you for staying with us on this journey. Can't wait to get to the Q&A.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and again, like just to reiterate, like what Brent was saying, I think the community is speaking about how they really wanted us to have a PTR, having those PTR moments, having players in earlier, being able to provide that feedback. Huge shout out to you guys for being able to help us out with this journey that we've been on. You know, we've made some massive strides since the first season, and it's only getting better from here, which is really cool. So awesome. Well, I think we're going to jump into the Q&A. We're actually going to bring some people in from before, swap people out, do the musical chair thing again, and we'll see you here in a minute for the Q&A. If you guys have questions, please start teeing them up in chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. So we'll see you in a minute. All right, we're back for Q&A. Welcome back, everyone.
Okay.
Wave. It's like, all right, come on.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah, it's been a long stream. Holy cow. We're at almost 2.5 hours. We're going to do about like 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll have a quick little outro just to get everyone teed up before we head into patch notes being released and, of course, the expansion. So I know we have some of our faces from earlier, so we can try to hit as many topics as possible. But I know one big question that we have been getting specifically about, or specifically with Vessel of Hatred, and of course like the base game, I think we have it queued up, like how will crossplay work for those playing with and without the expansion? This is actually a really good question because, you know, people are thinking like, oh, are you guys like funneling them off? Or like if you only have Diablo 4, they just like shunned off to some island or something like that. And that is not the case. You can still play with friends who may only have the base game, even if they're on Xbox and your PC or PlayStation and PC, et cetera, et cetera. So there is that option. What's also kind of cool is an interaction that I know that if, let's say, you owned it on PC and Battle.net, for instance, and then for Vessel of Hatred, but then the base game was only on Xbox for your own personal Xbox, and you jump back over to your Xbox, if you have like rune words on your Sorc, for instance, you still can actually use those rune
everything
words.
Works still.
Yeah, so it's still something that's going to be there. I know that one of the things that the team was looking at was like, hey, if you earned it in the other game, you can still use it. So it's more so the things within Vessel of Hatred, like Spiritborn or the region of Nahantu, those things just wouldn't be available for that base game user, or if you jumped over onto the base game. So
yeah, that's also why we gave everyone the 10 levels. We want everyone to be able to play with each other. Everyone is going to be able to be at the same eye power, all that good stuff.
Yeah, so it's a cool little like extra thing for people, and I know it does clarify a lot specifically on that. This was probably the biggest thing that people asked about during PTR. And so, Brent, this is from Razzle Dazzle Darius. This is actually from a lot of people. Speaking of D2, I'm wearing my D2 jacket. Will we get the D4 campfire screen back?
So we were talking about it during the interstitial just a little bit. Yeah, I think if we could feel a vibe through a monitor, like that was the moment that that came through. You know, we hear it loud and clear. One of the things that we are doing is trying to set ourselves up for success for adding more classes to the mix. And so the campfire is one of those things where we're taking a look at it and trying to figure out how that would work. And so we updated it where we are kind of like really in and you don't get that initial setup. So that is something that like immediately when the feedback started coming through, the team started to mobilize and talk about what we can do. Turning it around in time fast enough for like Vessel of Hatred was, we had
not
things
possible.
like balance and polish that we really wanted to pay attention to, make sure some of the UI elements for some of the new features were in a good spot. So
in the next expansion, guys, not on this one.
I love the fact that the nostalgia means so much.
Of course it does. It's been like 30 years. Of course it does. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that was by far a very, very popular topic after PTR. They're like, "Where's the campfire?"
Every moment
I can see like the flames kind of like in the screen, but where is like the full-on campfire?
Yeah.
We have a question from Ram0, which is, will there be more renown and statues of Lilith in this expansion? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, we're not going to be doing statues of Lilith specifically. We're going to be having a new statue type.
The Tenant of Akarat.
Tenant of Akarat, which is, it's not going to give you any points, but it is working towards renown. And so there's still a lot of discoverability in the zone, but we're shifting things to work more for renown.
Yeah. And statues
More
of Lilith,
statues.
of course, are still in.
They still exist.
In the base.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
The stats, we're just not giving stats for the Tenants of Akarat because we saw how frustrated players were with like having to do this sort of activity to get more powerful.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more leaning into the collectible aspect.
Yeah, we didn't want these to feel like a chore that you needed to do in order to progress your player power. It's all about the discoverability, right?
Yeah.
In the new zone.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I will say that
That's good,
the
at
other
least.
thing with renown specifically, like we made changes. Something we talked about during the PTR, but we kind of optimized it a little bit better because there was like Paragon points at the last tier of renown, and that's actually been like swapped back around now. So it's more of like the Obel upgrades are at the last tier.
It's easier to get that potent power from Paragon. We also just sort of reduced how much renown you need for a lot of these things. So if you missed out on renown when the game came out, it's a lot easier to get that power.
Yeah. It's good way for people, like especially friends who maybe are jumping into Diablo 4 just to like kind of catch up specifically from that end. One thing this just dawned on me that I did want to also mention is that, you know, back in season 3, we introduced the Gauntlet, and that has, you know, the leaderboard mechanics and stuff like that. One thing I do want to actually do a quick call out on is like when Season 6 starts and when Vessel of Hatred actually does ship, we do plan on actually sunsetting the Gauntlet and the leaderboard functionality there. Does that mean leaderboards are going away forever? No, that doesn't mean leaderboards are going away forever. We're actually looking at new ways of potentially finding a home for it.
Yeah, I'd rather say like leaderboards are vaulted as we do a big reassessment on how that applies to the new progression actually we're looking at releasing with Season 6. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, but again, we've made so much change. It's a time to take a deep breath and then take a look at the things that we really want to invest into.
Yeah, awesome. Almost forgot about that. I wanted to mention that. There's a question from Aviance, which is saying like, hey, how does Group Finder work? This was actually available during PTR, and I know not everyone got to experience PTR, but kind of like Party Finder itself, of course, you know, you can use it across multitudes of activities from Dark Citadel, beyond Dark Citadel, which is being introduced in Vessel of Hatred, but it is a feature that you can also use, or that allows you to actually use filters and different ways of searching for specific groups and people. So we do recommend jumping in, checking out the Party Finder. It's actually super, super awesome. And I know there's going to be improvements that will continuously be made to it.
Yeah, another system that we're trying to develop in a way that can grow with the player. And so We got it out into PTR to try to get an initial round of feedback on the types of filters that we could potentially see. As we add activities to the game, we want to make sure that those are plugging into it as well. We do think that this game is a ton of fun if you're playing together, and so we've designed it to do exactly that.
We have a question regarding opals and tributes that we kind of showed off. Tributes, of course, being part of Cuirass Undercity, opals being part of the new season. This question was from PvE Sweat. Great name.
That should be a title.
Are these actually, because
Yeah.
I think the initial reaction is seeing some of these new consumables. So Tim, I think this would be a question for you. Like, seeing these new consumables, are they actually like stackable in inventory? Like, how
Yeah. You can stack them in inventory. In fact, if you want, you have the option. You can go just farm the Realm Walker over and over again, get a whole bunch of the opals, and then just, okay, I'm going to play now for hours and hours with the buff active, if that's something you want to do. And tributes as well are stackable.
Awesome.
I did like the fact too, I don't know, I can't recall if we mentioned it, but you get 2 tributes with every drop.
Yes.
And so you don't...
Or, sorry, 2 opals.
2 opals, sorry. Yeah. So you can like use one now and save one for later, and so you can really determine, like, you can actually stack these up for a longer play session later on if you wanted to play in the weekend and actually really dig in.
There is a question regarding mercenaries. It's actually a question I've seen. Maybe it's a 2-parter, but a lot of people are asking specifically, like, hey, how does the progression of mercenaries kind of carry over? Is it something that's across like the whole entire account, or is it like from season to season? How does that specifically work?
Yeah, so they're partition wide. So if you're playing in the season and you unlock the mercs and you progress a bunch of them and then you roll an alt, that progression is still there. But we do reset every season because it's a part of the power journey, and we want to make sure you're doing that. But as you're playing, there's a lot of benefits to investing into them, especially if you're going to roll a second class.
There is a question. I'm not sure if others will be able to get this one, but this might be tied to some of the rune word stuff that we showed. But this is God King Moonin says, how do those spirit wolves damage scaling work? I think they're talking specifically about the rune words that we were showing and everything like that.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. I believe the spirit wolves are not currently scaling with things like if you have summoning damage for a necromancer. A lot of that damage scaling talks directly to your skeleton summons at the moment. So I don't believe they'll necessarily scale with those sources. I'd have to check on precisely which ones it does. But that's definitely something that we're aware of and really want to make sure that we can deliver on that fantasy. And we'll be looking at making updates to minions and summons as a general matter going forward to really make sure that they're scaling with the right things that players expect to really make those builds feel natural and synergistic as you would expect. So that's definitely an area of focus for us moving forward.
Yeah, we definitely have talked a lot about this. Like, it'd be cool if you could be a summoner barb with call the ancients and like having them deal bulkier damage. So that's something we definitely talk a lot about.
Yeah, we don't have any particular thing to announce or the exact initiative at this moment, but it's definitely on our radar, and it's something we are actively working on and talking about all the time.
Awesome. I know that I Am the Berm asked, this is back to Tim actually, because I think you had mentioned like, oh, farming Realm Walkers, and they're going like, okay, so is it a world event? How often does it spawn? Like, what, like, do we have like specifics on that? We can help clarify on that specific question.
It is a world event, yeah, and it is really focused around just that boss. It's not a world boss exactly, it is a world event. Like was explained by Don earlier in the cast, you have to kind of follow him for a while before you're allowed to kill him. But it is something that you do with other people in the area. There's likely to be a bunch of other people helping you take down this boss. And then the Realm Walker itself does pop up in another location in Sanctuary pretty much right away. There's a slight break, but at any given time, we want the experience to be, I log in, I'm ready to go play. I see like, I don't have any opals. Can I go get some? We want the answer to pretty much always be yes. Like there's always a Realm Walker up somewhere that you can go kill. So I guess you could get slightly unlucky, like he just died, but you're not waiting more than a few minutes before another one's going to pop up, and you can go kill that one. So if you want to chain farm them, you can.
Yeah, just run back to town, vendor some stuff. By the time you come back, it'll probably be at an ideal time to actually farm it. So it's actually really good to hear that it's just always available for players, or nearly always available for players. Question from Plucky Villain for Season 6 on Live. Like, from a tuning and balance perspective, is Pit 100 still intended to be like that unobtainable goal?
No, it's
are
not.
we expecting some of like the most skilled players, the dedicated players, to kind of clear it?
Yeah, I'd say we will be surprised, but not surprised, I guess, to see people get to Pit Tier 100 just with the amount of things that we're adding into the game. Charles, in our previous segment, talked about how much volatility has been introduced in the expansion. We actually think that's really fun. Like, there's a ton of new things to explore, a ton of new things to break. And we think that probably most people won't get to 100, but you might get a surprise if you go to 100 and go past it.
Yeah.
We might have done something there.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about where the deep end of the pool is, right? And so
It's
we're looking
around
at
80. Around 80, yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing which kind of streamers out there actually push way past that so we could take a look.
Definitely.
Your Sparrow asks, if we complete the campaign in Eternal Realm, will we be able to skip it when we create a seasonal?
Yes, as soon as you complete the campaign for the first time, you'll be able to skip it. Very similar to what we did in the base game.
Yeah, and I think there's actually like additional nuances that we've added with like Vessel of Hatred. Like, for instance, if you are brand new to Diablo, of course we recommend you start from the base game and experience the campaign and that journey. But even if you are coming into Diablo 4 with Vessel of Hatred and you just want to start with Vessel of Hatred, you really just need to complete that prologue of the base game, and then you will then get that option, I believe, to skip the base campaign, and you can actually jump into the expansion campaign.
Yeah.
You actually don't even have to complete the prologue.
Oh, there we go.
So
So
you even took out that part.
You're a liar, Adam. You're a liar.
And we've taken great care of you too. So like if you're new and you skip forward, when you go into Vessel of Hatred, we actually do recaps. So we'll catch you up on the story even if you decide to do it. So if your friends are all way ahead of you and you want to skip so that you can catch up, you're good.
Yeah,
right?
We got one of those like in the last episode of whatever.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to watch. So just in case if you're new to everything.
There's another detail too, which is like once you play through the Vessel of Hatred story section, we want way more players to get into the end game. We notice that there's a lot of folks out there that once they get the big story beats done, it's not really clear on where to go from there. And so we created a custom quest that can actually bridge you out into the end game. And so if you can continue following your golden baubles, that would be super good.
Cool.
We're seeing a sign in the peanut gallery.
I'm looking at. I was like, what is? No one can see it, obviously. They think we're psycho because we're like looking.
The coolest
back.
view is behiin this camera.
Production's like holding up the sign and stuff.
Everybody that makes us look good is back there. So thank you guys.
Yes, thank you very much. We're gonna take, I guess, like one more specific question here. Let me see. This is actually a question regarding people that are running specifically in Dark Citadel. Like if someone leaves during Dark Citadel, like what happens to the group specifically? Can they all just leave? They're not like locked in there going like, oh gosh, I'm stuck in that type of situation. Or if I can conquer it with like maybe if it's 4 people and we drop to 3, like you can adapt and kind of work your way through it.
You can. Like we said, the Citadel is balanced for 4. But if that was to drop, as long as you got 2 strong players still in the mix, you should be good to go. So, yes, it makes it more difficult. I'd have a firm conversation with the person who decided to drop in the middle of a fight. But yeah, you're still going to be able to progress through it.
Awesome, cool. Well, I know we've been going for a while here, and we wanted to grab as many questions as possible so we don't keep people too long. Because the biggest thing as well is like at the end of the stream, we are releasing the patch notes, and I know a lot of people want to dive into the patch notes. But
yeah, definitely.
I guess before we kind of drop off, like Brent, I know you wanted to give a quick message out as well.
Yeah, we saw this really cool piece of art that was made by one of our art directors on the team, and it just really reminded us that there are hundreds of people working on this game all of the time. And these live streams are for our community, but it's also for all the folks who have been working tirelessly over the last dozens of months on trying to make this a reality. And so we just want to say thank you to everybody that's putting the hard work in. We're still putting the hard work in today. Like, we're working all the way up through this. And so we love the team. We love you guys. Keep up the good work. And yeah, we'll see you on the other side of October 8th.
October 8th, yeah. Huge shout out to Team 3, Team Diablo. You guys kick ass.
Yeah.
Best team. We're super proud of everyone with the Vessel of Hatred and everything. And we're super excited for October 8th. There's a lot of stuff coming up. We have patch notes immediately after this stream. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone here and of course who was on the live stream today. It's always fun doing these live streams. It's a big scramble. This is the most amount of people we've ever had on a live stream. So huge shout out to our production team and of course our community team, like with Mr. Filthy Rich back there, who organizes all these great. That's his handle, guys. who handles all these specific streams every single time. This is our 20th stream. It's crazy to see how everything has grown. Big reminders on Twitch drops. We have all the information on Diablo4.com. Twitch drops will actually start on October 8th. And if you're in the US, you can grab trolleys and grab more in-game stuff as I eat trolleys all day. And then another big thing that I do want to give a quick call out. In the coming days, you guys are actually going to hear about another cool partnership we're doing with Discord, which will offer up another opportunity for some cool in-game stuff. So, and we'll be talking about that here in the coming days. But thank you guys again for tuning in to our pre-launch stream. Lots of stuff to check out in the patch notes immediately after the stream. And again, a huge thanks to everyone here. We will see you guys October 8th in Nahantu. We're excited and we can't wait to jump into Vessel of Hatred. We'll see you guys.
So that was it, I guess. Oh, overall impressions, not really impressed, to be honest, but we have to play it through. A few things are actually interesting. Maybe it will be very interesting during the first week, but I don't think this Tarzan class will do any good for the game, to be honest. Mercenaries maybe, Mephisto maybe, but in general not really impressed. Okay, let's wait for the patch notes, I guess. The page is still loading, so I guess I'll do a short break or something to check on a few things here offline and come back when the patch is up. Hopefully it's soon. So see you guys in a bit. Okay, let's get back to it now. Patch notes over 2.1 and 2.2. So there's like two things. Alright, let's dive in. Masterworking. The gold cost for masterworking has been reduced. Okay, that's good. They were costing millions, so that's really good. Masterworking materials now drop from more sources inside Nightmare Dungeons, including chests, interactive objects such as ambient corpses. Okay. Breakable objects, the butcher, treasure goblins, local events. Alright. Non-ancestral legendary items can now be masterworked up to 8 times and have 2 tampering affixes. I don't necessarily approve this though. Maybe they should have stick with just one. So maybe they give us like too much power too early on. I don't agree with this, to be honest. Materials cost for masterworking at lower ranks have been adjusted, so I guess we can like redo first 4 ranks until we get at least like one thing that we actually need to be buffed. That's good. 50 additional pit tiers have been introduced, totaling 150. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know. And they said that it's gonna be up to like 80. I think that's kinda lame. They should not have done that. Bonus tier unlocks for fast clears have increased 3 to 5 tiers. So I guess Sork is gonna dominate this. Loot updates. Lower level monsters will now drop more items and less crafting materials. Ah, okay. Didn't they say like in Torment all the whites and blues gonna be out to salvage, so I guess that's should be the opposite, no? Overall loot quality dropped by Hellborn has been increased. Yeah, they said that. There's now higher chance to receive at least one legendary item with an additional chance to receive 1-2 more. Okay. Overall loot quality dropped from treasure goblins and the butcher has been improved. Yeah, they mentioned that. The butcher will always drop at least one legendary item. The butcher will always drop the butcher's cleaver, unique weapon. Oh boy, that's useless, but maybe initially while leveling might be a thing. Treasure goblins will always drop one Lego. World boss loot now scales with higher torment tiers. Yeah. They should have done that. Adjusted the drop rates for mythic unique items from ladder bosses to compensate for being guaranteed ancestral quality. Okay. Duriovan and Dario do not guarantee a mythic item drop, but their chance to drop a mythic item is twice as high as other tormented bosses. The chance for uniques to roll as ancestral has been significantly increased. Yeah, they said like 3 times. Just this significantly means 3 times. They said during the campfire. Starting on Torment difficulty 1, only legendary and unique items can drop. Any normal magic or rare items that would have randomly dropped will instead be automatically converted into crafting materials. Yeah, they said that. Rune wards and sockets. They removed like 4 runes, I think. But what I think they should have done is, depending on which runes are combined, to have like extra affixes, so we can So we don't have to end up like using Warcry and Petrify, because everybody's gonna do that. That's obvious. Right? Doesn't matter. The changes they were discussing during the campfire, pretty sure everyone's gonna end up doing that. Okay. Offering increased on Vex. Become crowd control or injured. Reduce cooldown. Reduce from 500 to 300 for the vortex. Concealment. Less offering. Offering reduced. This for the teleport. Movement speed and evade. Refresh. Wow, from 400 to just 50. So, yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Okay. Enhanced Earthen Bulwark. 800 to 300. Petrify. Petrify no longer gives critical strike damage, but grants 100 offering. It used to be 50, I think. Warcry offering is now 600, which is higher, and there's no longer berserking. Now uses base Warcry instead of enhanced Warcry, which is kinda crappy, but yeah, no berserking. Rune version now deals base damage. Iron Maiden, okay. Rune version now deals blah blah blah. Stun grenades. Damage increased. Pestilence Swarm rune version. Damage is increased. Offering increased. This is critical overpower. I thought that could have been a thing, but maybe now it's gonna be like even worse. Probably not many will use this. It's too much, especially if like spamming skills, and you can't guarantee which one will overpower. So nah. Critical damage reduction. Oh, so that's nerfed. Oh boy. Okay, that's the wolves. But they said that this will probably not work with summoning damage, because it's like for skeletons and it won't buff them, and they have to check again if that will be the case. So we'll have to test this when the season starts. From what I remember, the Necro Minion build, at least with extra wolves, that was not so bad at all. And now that we're gonna have the ring actually being useful for minions and even for golems, so we'll see how it goes. Ultimate cooldown, pretty useless. Barbarian channeling shout, 6 to 3 seconds. Reduce offering. Okay, that's not so bad. Those are removed. Their icons updated to match their Diablo 2 predecessors. Om 2 Vex Lum Jata. Okay. So we're gonna distinguish them a bit more easily. So the one we're gonna be looking for is this one, Om. Let's see, updates for adding sockets. That was actually really good. The jeweler is accessible at level 1 instead of 15. Chip gems can now be crafted at level 1 instead of 15. Gem fragments start dropping from level 5. Socket costs only require prisms for ancestrals, so socket away easily while leveling up, especially for season start. That's gonna be really good. Scattered prisms no longer drop prior to playing torment difficulties anyway, so. Experience rewards. The experience reward from Whisper Caches and Helltide chests now give more experience, scaling with difficulty, but the strongholds were tuned down and they only provide a bonus on first completion. But I guess people could still like abuse it, like leave the party, not complete it, then do it again and again. That's some that sort of thing. Experience rewards received for completing strongholds have been adjusted. Players will now earn a one-time experience reward when killing a stronghold boss. Yeah, just swap character and go kill it again for another one. What's the big deal? Preventing players from infinitely earning large amounts of experience. Okay. Blah blah blah. Experience rewards for renowned tiers 1 and 2 being changed to flam values, so players don't feel like they need to wait until higher difficulties to catch them in. Yeah. Actually, that was not a thing before. People, what usually they do, from what I remember, is they go back to World Tier 1 to do the renown. It still provides the renown points, right? But you switch the difficulty to get the reward. Anyway, it's no longer a thing. Like when you die, you don't have to do it all over again. Waste like 2 or 3 hours doing so. Well, why bother? Let's see. Paragon updates. Glyph scaling has been reduced, so less damage, I guess, especially on hardcore. And the good thing is, they changed also the DR from what I remember on the campfire. They said that. They made it like generic, plain DR. Rare and magic nodes that provide additive damage have been increased. Yeah, and also max resists. Single resist nodes have been converted to bonus to maximum resistance for a single element. That's really good. So instead of single resist 10, max single resist 3. That's good. Recuperate rare nodes. Potion healing is being changed to plus max life, which is good. Life per second is increased. It's doubled. I don't think that's enough, because it was like, what is it, like just a few points per 5 seconds? Or whatever, it was kinda useless, I don't know. Armor nodes increased by 50%. I don't necessarily approve this though, because the armor nodes were too many and providing too much. Potion healing changed to max life. Armor changed to max life. Impairment resistance. I think they actually mentioned they removed this whatsoever. They removed it from the game. So, weird. Damage over time reduction changed to dodge chance. Damage over time reduction changed to damage reduction. Yeah. All sources of damage while fortified increased, which is really good. Probably overpowered builds are gonna be really good season 6. Healing received is increased. Okay. So now maybe also this aspect is gonna be good. Untimely death. We'll see. Barbarian hemorrhage. Okay. Barbarian was buffed overall. Flawless technique. Didn't they say about where is this weapon master? Flawless technique. Force of nature. Wait, what? There's nothing about the damage reduction from elites thing. Raw might, alloy, druids. Druids kinda buffed, especially the companion, from what we saw. Necromancer. Let's see, how can Nostrosti? Yeah, in general, the minion builds kinda sucked on the PTR, so that's gonna be a thing. They buffed it. Minions resistance changed to all resistance, which is good because they inherited anyway. Golem's armor changed to armor. Yeah, very good change. Summon damage changed to golem life. Flesh eater critical strike damage changed to corpse attack speed. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. We have less boards anyway, and now that's gonna be a thing just for corpse builds, which is really good. But I don't necessarily approve about the maximum board number. That kind of sucks. Scent of Death. Ruin change to resistance. Okay. Corrective change to restorative. Ah, they swapped their places. Okay, see. Damage replaced with damage to healthy. Bone graft. Bone critical strike damage changed to critical strike damage. Calcify changed to... okay, they swapped their places. This is the DR from Vulnerable and the armor thing. Blood begets blood, yeah? Let's see. Blood orb damage changed to blood damage. Okay, that's terrible, to be honest. This will drastically change at least like a few builds. Lance builds, Blood Wave builds also is gonna change the Blood Artisan. Let's see, Vampiric Blood. Orb healings being doubled. Okay. Blood Drinker, orb healings being doubled. So yeah, Untimely Death might be actually a good aspect now again. Okay, that's good. Blood damage changed to blood damage. Oh no. I would definitely wanna try the Blood Artisan now with those changes. Probably gonna do like way less damage. If it even does like 2 or 3 billion, that's gonna be not so bad, I guess. I'm talking about without the cursor, because on hardcore we need metamorphosis for sure. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Bloodbath, tick height, let's see. Bonus now applies to maximum life instead of damage while fortified. That's good. Powerhouse, damage while healthy change to healing received. Might make sense with temerity, yeah. But because of the new barrier passive, probably not much. With a lingering shadow damage changed to resource cost reduction. Ooh, finally something useful. Because, for example, Blight is like insanely difficult to solve the resource for, but Blight is not a damage skill now anyway. It's like all the core skills of the Necro are now utility skills. And like, I've heard that like noob softcore content creators, they be like crying about how Necro doesn't have utility. Well, the core skills are now utility, right? Lance, for example, for Wave and Blood Artisan. Spirit for the Unmaker and the Soul Rift. For example, Sever is a mobility skill. Like, what else? Surge could be used to heal. Spear could be used to prolong the storm for you and a Golem, if you play like Storm Golem. So, I don't know, those softcore folks need a little bit of higher IQ, I guess. So, or just think for more than a bunch of seconds and then talk. Anyway, I'm not generally gonna skip Rogue because it was buffed. Unfortunately, Sork was also buffed, but at least they finally fixed the teleport, so that's really good. Let's see the Misk. The audio for Mythic Unique dropping now takes priority over other sounds. That's good, because it was like somewhere there in the mix. Health values for monsters and dungeons have been increased to have less of a jump between them, and the boss to smoothen the transition between encounters. Super Elite Life increased, Elite Life increased, Standard Monster increased. Oh boy. But I don't know how that's gonna translate into the pit, for example, because the pit is like 1 minute or maybe 2 minutes kill mobs and 10 minutes do the boss fight. Like, that's kind of dumb. And we're gonna have to do them for glyph leveling anyway, so not very optimistic about this. Scrolls of Restoration will be acquirable through Seasonal Journey. Yeah, on the last 2 steps. That's what they said. Penitent difficulty is now unlocked upon completing the base campaign. This includes the skip campaign feature. That's good for outing. Really good. Or if you feel brave for some stupid reason. The formula for calculating damage reduction from armor has been adjusted to grant higher amounts of damage reduction at lower armor amounts than before. Oh, okay. So, I guess only PC players could benefit from actually knowing how much that is, because on console we don't have a mouse to hover over the armor to see how much DR we're actually getting. But I'm assuming even with using the old formula, we can't really go wrong. So, yeah. Intensity scaling has been moved to Torment difficulties 1 and 4. Scaling has been adjusted to be more noticeable. Okay. Intensity causes monsters to move faster, cooldowns to recharge faster, they're aiming and stuff. Okay. Double increase applied to main stat contribution to skill damage has been reverted to pre-patch, so that's good. Especially like on Rogue, this was too OP because you can get like bunch of thousands of decks. And it's also crit chance, dodge chance. On the Barbarian, the strength could be too much, especially on softcore. Like those people running around with just a few K life, wondering why they are being one-shotted to death every now and then. Yeah. Walk around with 5k life and 3000 strength and wonder why you die. Yeah, amazing. Quite adequate. Bug fixes. Let's see what was abused. Pets could despawn when doing between zones with the one with some passive learn. Fixed an issue where the prime glistery rage does not grant unstoppable. That's a great thing. Fixed an issue where the tampering recipe for Raven's attack speed did not function. Yeah. I think some people were talking about this. Because Raven's gonna be a thing now anyway. Fixed an issue where the Unmaker could allow Necromancers to equip 2 ultimate skills. That would have been fun to see. Fixed an issue where the following Necromancer skills had incorrect values. Reap, Hemorrhage, Bone Splinters, Blight, Corpse Tendrils, and Ratman's Vigor. Okay. Fixed an issue where the additional severs from Reaping Lotus Aspect were not leaving desecrated ground when using Greaves of the Empty Tomb. Actually, that was a thing, but at least Greaves of the Empty Tomb, their desecrated grounds does stack, but on the Tidal aspect, on the Bloodwave, did not stack. So, is that solved? Unfortunately, looks like not. It's not even mentioned here. Fixed an issue where the druid aspect of the mighty storm could drop for necromancers. Okay. Fixed an issue where Titan's fall passive was granting its bonus while you had any fortified health rather than while fortified. Well, that's kinda strange because what I noticed about damage reduction, for example, when fortified, the damage reduction you get while fortified, you start getting it while having fortified health. At least on the information tab, right? When you open inventory and go to stats and shit, the DR just increased when you have any fortified health or just a bunch, like. So hopefully that's fixed too, because it was too much DR. Fixed an issue where familiar always counted as a fire skill for granting stacks. That's the sword thing. It was because of those autocasts, it was granting too many stacks, yeah. Fixed an issue where fireball didn't deal damage when gloves of the illuminator were equipped. Okay. Items and tampering. Let's see. Fixed an issue where Several legendary aspect values were lower than intended, but they don't share which ones. Fixed an issue where the air of perdition damage bonus against angels and demons was multiplicative instead of additive. Oh, yeah, that was good. Fixed an issue where ancestral legendary items weren't dropping in torment difficulty nightmare dungeons. Well, basically, what was the bug is that all the torment difficulties have the drop rates for torment 1, as far as I know. Fixed an issue where whisper caches dropped items of lower item power than expected in higher levels. Yeah, that's good. Eternal elemental search tampering recipes was restricted to expert difficulty instead of just restricted by level. This actually helps quite a lot. Fixed an issue where tampering was immediately accessible at level 1 on new accounts instead of unlocking at level 15. So it was 10, it's now 15. Okay. Fixed an issue where legacy items nobody cares. Fixed an issue where several instances where Fists of Fate were not properly adjusting damage with its power. Huh. Yeah, because it's like from what is it? 1% of damage to like 300. Boy, Misk. Alright. Fixed an issue where the tooltip for armor was not green when the armor cap was met. Yeah, I think that was it was not going green on the PTR, because maybe they didn't adjust the value from, what was it, 90 to 130 to the new one, which is 1000. Fixed an issue where certain Nightmare Dungeon sigil affixes were missing descriptions. Yep, that was a PTR thing for sure. Fixed an issue where the required amounts of... also on the Paragon board, it was like full of it. Fixed an issue where the required amounts of boss summoning items were inaccurately displayed in tooltips. Eliminator glyph was missing its additional threshold bonus. It was just stated as missing. It was displaying a translatable string or something. That's what I remember. Multiple instances where glyph descriptions were inaccurate, and this one didn't even have like a glyph icon, so... The tutorial quest for torment difficulties could keep appearing each time a pit tier was completed. Oh, that must have been annoying. The other pieces of equipment could appear on the character in unexpected ways, such as pants floating in front of the character. Oh boy, this reminds me of like first time I played Last Epoch. I had something similar, like there was this stuff floating around because I picked it up and I picked it up from the inventory and I was entering another area, and while the area was loading, the stuff was on my cursor and then it just stayed there. I couldn't use it, couldn't drop it, couldn't put it in the inventory, so probably related. Let's go over just the red stuff now. I'm not gonna read it again. If you haven't dealt damage in the last 2 seconds, gain stealth and 40 movement speed. Oh boy. That's the new armor. If you haven't dealt damage, so that means like any kind of damage? That's very rogue thing. We'll have to test like with dot damage. Okay. That would be interesting to see if it works with dots. Let's see. Shattered Vow. Enemies affected by more damage over time than remaining life are executed. Oh, that's really good. So, especially for necro dots or bleed barbs, that might be really good. Or swords burning enemies. But the benefit of burning enemies is like on hardcore for the DR, so I don't know. Aspect of what is this assistance? Generic utility aspect. Your enforcement cooldown is reduced after casting your ultimate skill. Why would you want to use that? The focus is changing towards those mercs, and like some of the dependencies to solve problems will be pushed there, which I don't necessarily like. But it provides like more versatility, but not much. Maybe it actually provides more dependence instead of versatility, which we'll see how it plays, but feels kind of stupid to me. Not stupid, just limiting, which is kind of on the line. I don't know. Barb, buff. Yep. Lucky hit improved. They're generally buffed. You deal more damage now. Yeah. Tampering. It's the same. Raw might. Druid. Stone burst. That was passive. One with nature. Shred grants 4 dash attack. Okay. Stormcrow. Damage is increased. Like I said, the Raven's gonna be a thing now. Companion as well. Let's see our main guy here. Nothing. Unique item, chance or so if to deal double damage. That's on maker. Okay. So that's like one of the examples of core skills turning into utility skills. You need that to keep draining the essence, so this could be triggered. Yep. And like to also pump it back up. Paragon, let's see. That's calculated damage to crowd control and armor. Now it's 3 resistance to all elements and plus armor. Oh, yeah, because they swapped their places. Oh, what? Vulnerable damage. That's on the new board. Passive. What did they change on the rogue? Just that. Buff and damage. Just that. Mobility cooldown, damage to release dexterity, damage to cut enemies maximum life. Okay. Sork. No changes. Real notes. Well, they don't mention about the teleporting here. Maybe it's in the other notes. Balance updates. Let's see. Because that's like 2.1, there's 2.2 as well. 2 patch nodes. Monster HP increased, yep. So that's because of all the buffs there. Like I usually say, don't be very happy about buffs. It usually means that content actually requires it. So I'm not happy about buffs, usually. But yeah, very good example of this thing. Monster HP buffed, and they also buffed the elites HP, so low level elite, unique elite, super elite, minion and boss enemies have had their health and damage reduced. Oh yeah, especially they mentioned about those enhanced enemies, like lightning enhanced, poison enhanced, and so on and so forth. So what I want to see especially is those lightning enhanced shamans, like the snakes or the goatmen, because their totems, they were just destroying you. They were worse than Lilith, to be honest. Max level super elite health been increased. Max level elite health increased. Elite, unique elite and super elite damage being equalized, so that means nerfed. Actually, they reduced it. Unique elite and super elite damage now matches elite damage. Those changes were made to afford more predictability in damage received from elite affixes. Yeah, like just I mentioned. All classes, Paragon notes that give increased damage to healthy enemies increased, so doubled. That's pretty good. No wonder their health is increased. Okay. And Darius visual explosions now happen less frequently in extreme situations. What the fuck does that mean? To be honest, we don't know. Oh. Starlight is fucked up. Ah, actually it's buffed. So it could be a easy way to solve Bloodthirst resource, for example. Without the dagger, what was it called? Immortal Crux, because they changed it for like corpse builds now. Which is kinda sucky. Especially having in mind Wither is still capped. At the same time, Rogue's Victimize might be too powerful still. They said that they fixed it, but I wanna see how they fixed it. Damage is increased on the stomp. Generates fury. Ah! Okay. Wow, that's a brawling skill now. And deals even more damage. Oh boy. I don't know if I'm gonna play Barbarian, probably not. Martial Vigor elite damage reduction is increased. Why? But is it like capped? Cause there's this bug if you imprint like Martial Vigor everywhere, and you can get it to like level 20 something, and you get to become immune to elites, which is kinda stupid. Those things should not be in the game. That should be like day one strikeout as soon as you see it. I mean, the more I learn about this game, to be honest, the more I can't wait for PoE to come out. Oh boy. Shredded ground, damage bonus, chieftain. Let's see, twin strike damage is increased. Overkill damage increased. Buffs all over the place. Ring of Red Furor, critical strike damage bonus increased. Does anyone even use that? I don't think anyone uses this in the end game. Maybe that's why. Hellhammer fire damage is increased. Damage bonus, strength increased. Oh. What else? Does devil damage bonus? Oh boy. That should not be a thing. Bro, rare glyph. That's not bad. Dominate. Guarantee overpower timer is reduced. Let's see. Wolf companions attack speed is increased. And they will now also jump from enemy to enemy, which is really good. Petrify, previous. Enemies to stone. Now generate spirit. Or if it's from the rune world, it will generate mana or essence or whatever. In case all nearby enemies in stone, stunning them 4 seconds and no longer provides damage. Which is actually a good change, to be honest. Missed. Okay, let's move on. Prime Petrify. You deal increased critical strike damage. So that's like only reserved for the druid. It can be used in the rune world. Bonus critical strike damage now applies to damage done by your companions as well. Okay. What? Yeah, so that's reserved only for the druid, which kinda sucks. Storm skill damage bonus is increased. That's not much. Fixed initial where the passive incorrectly triggered from skills other than casts. That's like auto casts. Spirit boons. Damage increased. What? That's a huge boost. Blur Beast, Shockwave. That maybe. Shreds, Crit Strike, okay. It nobody cares, nobody cares. Maybe this. Caster Shout skill active cooldown is reduced. Per nearby enemy, maximum 50. Yeah. So not good for bosses. That's quite the nerf. Unique items. Skipping. Oh boy. Damage bonus after standing spirit. That could be a thing with the new Merc thing, the Firestorm. Reap, that's really good on the Necro. It's increased. Enhanced Reap attack speed is increased. Army of the Dead, damage is increased. Cooldown reduced. Huh. I don't know if that's gonna make it too powerful, but it wasn't very strong anyway, so. Balance Edict. Minions gain attack speed and increase damage for each active minion. Okay, now it has damage. Bonded in essence. Skeleton Priest healing timer is reduced to 5 seconds. Oh. So that's kinda good. That's... Huh? That's defense. Minion armor bonus is increased. Okay. Necrotic Carapace, fortify amount is increased. So now we need just 1 point to it. That's pretty good. Book of the Dead. Armor conversion to thorns is increased. Blood Golem sacrificed. That's really good. But what I noticed is that they fucked up on the latest patch. For example, the crit chance wasn't 15, was just 10. And hopefully they bring it back to 15. It doesn't say anything about it here. What was the shade? Missed damage now attributed to your minions, and this will scale with minion damage bonuses. Okay, that's good. Aspect of the Gluttony. The damage is now attributed to your golem, and thus will scale with minion and golem damage bonuses. Nice. That also means the minion ring, right? Damage bonus on the aspect of the damned now also applies to damage on your minions. Huh. So shadow mages would be really powerful now, I assume. Aspect of the damned. That's really good. We'll see if the Cursed Aura will be required. Probably not, because it's shadow mages. Or maybe with the apothec to make the melee minions do also shadow damage. We'll see. Not really a minion enjoyer, but looks like they're getting quite the buffs. Because if you don't have the wolves rune ward, they kinda sucked. Greaves of the Empty Tomb. Ranks of Reaper's Pursuit affix replaced with movement speed. which is actually better because it's like persistent and not requiring you to deal shadow damage or damage with not shadow damage but with shadow skills, which didn't include certain effects with shadow. Now this is really much better. Man down, this minion ring damage is now attributed to your minions, not to the necromancer. So it's scaling. That would make it useful. Like I said, armor affix replaced. Yes. Who the fuck added armor to every bone unique? That was so stupid, bro. Armor affix replaced by chance for bone stone to deal double damage. Well, it's a trash affix, right? But at least it's not armor. Can we get rid of the armor on the lidless? Not on the lidless, but the deathless visage as well. The DR was better. Why the fuck add armor there? Blood lance duration affix replaced with chance for blood lance to deal double damage. I don't think that's a good thing. Because, for example, when you use the mutilator, you get DR from enemies which are affected by blood skills, and this was very useful there. I don't know. Chance for blood lance to deal double damage instead of hit twice. I know why they did this, because they think this way it will do less damage. Because look at it, when it hits twice, for example, it will benefit only once from the overpower, the guaranteed overpower. And in this case, it might benefit also from double damage, not only from crit overpower. So it might be even more stronger now. So maybe we'll see Blood Lance dealing billions of damage now. That could be interesting to see. Might wanna play it on Season 6, we'll see how it turns out. Because usually, like with currently at least, it could do like 400 million damage with ease, like the Blood Lance. I don't know how this will affect it in the stat squish on Season 6, but we'll see. Torn armies, skeleton mages inherit thorns removed from the recipe. Oh boy. Inherit thorns removed from the recipe. Golem inherited thorns removed from the recipe. Spiked armor added to this recipe's weapon attunement. That's really good. Because the armor boost from this was significant. It was like 5% per level. So that's pretty good. It could be now on weapons. We can get armor on weapons now. Wow. Resource generation while wielding a scythe is replaced with resource generations with 200 weapons. Yeah, makes sense. Because we don't get a focus, we can't get like resource cost reduction. That's really good. And you don't really need much resource while playing minions. For example, the more important thing there is like cooldown, not resource. Nobody cares. Cult leader, minion damage per 20% attack speed bonus increased from 30 to 40. Okay. So it can be quite huge, this thing. Because the attack speed is capped at 100. And with Blood Lance's upgrade, it can be 115. So it doesn't fall into the cap. But with Ratma's Chosen, right? With Ratma's Chosen, it can get to 187.5. So we can get like 9 times this. So that's like what? 36. 360 multiplicative damage. And with that much attack speed, oh boy. This is a very good example how Blood Lance could be a utility skill. Like, The thing I was referring to before, those softcore creators I heard were complaining about the necromancer not being versatile, not having much utility. I would say those people don't have much of in here. Or maybe they don't have the time to think about it so much. I don't know. Just don't want to offend anybody, because not that I care, but you know, if someone is taking the offense, it's their fault, not mine, right? Because I can say whatever the fuck I want. Damage increase. What's in this rogue? Yeah, you know what? Let's keep it. I'm not gonna play rogue in general, and probably many people are gonna discuss it. But healing while stealth, that's good. Let's just skip through real quick. Imbuement skills increase, train of arrows, that's gonna be maybe the speed farming thing or the speed dungeon clear thing. It's really insane now. Flurry chance to hit twice been changed to flurry to deal double damage. That's not so very good, because what made it good with this is that it was used for like free teleport, so might not be a thing anymore. It has been changed to Rhinophorus to deal double damage. Yeah. What else is it? Cloaking Tamper Respirance to Agile, replace the tracks to Aftermath. Hmm. Prime Deep Freeze, better amount now, skills, maximum life, and finally, they're not gonna be so squishy. Paragon updates. Let's see, max Paragon level is now 300. Yeah, Paragon board counts being reduced to 4 plus the starting board, okay. Cliff experience being moved from Nightmare Dungeons to the pit, yeah, that's a thing. Summoning material requirements have been adjusted and standardized. Echo version previous. Malignant Hearts now 4. It's actually 5, but what is the 4? Greek is now 12. Yeah, Beast Knights is 12. Lords is used to be 9, is now 12. The Spirit Offerings been moved to consumable stops. Okay. Three currencies can be pinned to the player's inventory, with obols and gold being pinned by default. The descriptions of multiple items that implied a skill tag was removed, added, and being clarified. What? Descriptions of multiple items that implied if a skill tag was removed or added. Dum 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 dum. Common items now stop dropping after level 10. Okay, the allowance cache contained items useful for leveling is being updated. No longer has a level restriction. Only legendaries, multiple tiers scale with level, greater rewards, greater costs. Cost being adjusted, so no longer a cheap source of legendary aspects. That's a good thing. It's now crafted at the blacksmith instead of the alchemist, which was a thing during the PTR as well. Ancestral items now guaranteed to have at least one greater affix. Yep, that was a thing. Nightmare Dungeons now a source of masterworking materials. All beneficial Nightmare Dungeon affixes being removed with the exception of experience and gold increase. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, how Smoldering Ashes are acquired has been updated. We've removed the character level requirement on those tiers and implemented a new system where Smoldering Ashes can only be unlocked with earned favor. I'm pretty sure it's still gonna be OP anyway, so yeah, nobody cares. Earned favor is a favor you earn in game by killing monsters, completing quests. Okay, so I might not get the battle pass, right? It does not include favor order from anything outside of playing the game. Tier skips. Okay. Finally. Fire item power on Bloodless Scream could have lower affix ranges than intended. Bonus projectiles from the effect of Path of Trago overlapped. Made it appear that bonus projectiles when fired through this method. Okay. Fixed the issue where the bonus golem update for shading additional corpse was inconsistent. Yeah. The curse cast by minions while using Blood Moon breaches could curse the player, curse upon your house wanderer. Yeah. The tooltip of a new commander displayed the bonus as additive instead of multiplicative. Fixed an issue where the Wither legendary paragon node did not respect the intelligence cap. Fixed an issue where the Wither legendary paragon node applied to damage over time inflicted to the player by the player, such as through Endurance Fate. Oh boy. Sork fixed an issue, blah 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 blah. Fixed an issue with tampering recipes and pit tier progression carried over for the new seasonal characters. Which was kinda dumb. We have to go find them each season. Fixed an issue where Whispering Raiders could drop Blackened Femurs, Gurgling Hearts, and those like the old version materials, right? Fixed an issue where the following damage effect sources did more damage to tormented bosses. Yeah, no necro stuff, druid stuff, sork stuff, okay. Barb stuff. Fixed issue where NPCs sometimes did not spawn for various quests which block quest progression. Kyrios Might could be spammed more quickly than intended when being used with channeled skills. Fist of Fate was not triggering its effect in multiple cases. Yeah, but they don't mention the cases. Temerity was not granting the proper number of shields. What? Based on healing. Probably they mean barrier. That's not gonna be the punt anymore because, especially on Necro, they got lucky hit now to get barrier. Maybe for the max life, but I think Prudent Heart would be the better thing to use on hardcore, especially instead of this punt. Where the hero details. What hero did not display healing received from willpower? What? Ah, that's the benefit of having more willpower, but okay. Prompts to modify on unequipped. Paragon glyphs displayed unavoidable, unavailable despite being functional. Damage bonus from Dark Dance was displayed as multiplicative instead of additive. Where the icon of rogue's inner side could remain on slain enemies. I've never seen that. Okay. Back to top to check the other one. Now 2.2. What's changed? Just the red stuff. Everything else we know already. Where is the red stuff? No red stuff. So why did they split it? Wait. That's will be disabled while the team works on. Yeah, I don't care about this. I'll play on the PlayStation. But at least for the PTR, they should solve this. Because on the PTR, it's like really annoying to not be able to use this. Mm. That's good. Standing still doing earthquakes might be a thing. There's nothing in red here. So I guess we know that already, or what? No, actually, those were mentioned in the campfire. Because of the teleport here, I recognized it, so I guess, oh fuck, I have to read to everything now. Let's see. Magic runes of ritual. Offering gain increased. Gain increased. Around all runes of ritual. Offering that's buffs all over the place. Vex, that's a really good thing. Increased to 7 seconds. Okay, but depending on which it was combined with, because some of the offering requirements were changed. Zan crit overpower, yeah, for example. In the previous patch it was increased and now in this one it's reduced. Oh boy. Why did they made it like very confusing? That's weird. Finally! Just 12! Just 12, guys! Maybe the Stork won't be so OP now in Season 6, because just 12 lightning spears can exist at the same time. Oh, okay. Any new ones created to destroy the oldest ones, so Stork's combat has to be a little bit more strategic now. What else? That's all Stork, so I guess fuck it. Paragon, Misk. Wait, what? Where's the... Okay, Stork, Rune Words, and that's it. I wanna see... desperately, I wanna see armor being removed from Odin Necro Bone uniques, not just the Lidless Wall. And they swapped it with some bullshit affix anyway, like Bone Storm to deal double damage. That's only a thing when Bone Spear is used as a utility skill, because the trend since Gauntlet was introduced is the core skills to be utility skills now, but the problem is Ossified Essence, not very powerful, Bone Spirit, too powerful, so Nerf Spirit, buff Essence. What's the big deal there? How can't they come up with this on their own? I don't know. Unique Sokolos, yeah, teleport size affix replaced with chance to teleport to do double damage, which is not much. Tampering, new utility recipe for incinerated size, yeah, they mentioned it. Inferno, lightning spear, double cast tempering affix change to change for lightning spear to deal double damage. So with this having in mind, they can have only 12 at a time. Yeah, bye bye conjuration, Sork. It's dead. Infernal Hordes. That was actually the thing that they mentioned on the campfire was really good. For the Infernal Hordes, this is increased to 200. Scrolls have been added to the loot table. The materials been rewarded to consume all remaining ether. Like just push once and that's it. Don't waste time there pushing the button and watching all those gem fragments all over the place because you capped them already. You can't. Alright, that's pretty good. Greater chest now contains guaranteed ancestral legendary, which is the thing I mentioned before, because people were like afraid because they were not getting ancestrals during the PTR. Well, yeah, there it is. Every piece of content now it's gonna have like their own purpose and meaning. But I guess the softcore Andy's still gonna do dick measuring in the pit. Especially after 80, and it's gonna be more than 100 now. It's gonna be like 150, but nobody cares. A great chest. Okay, both chest materials and chest of gold now consume all remaining blah blah blah. The item chest been removed, which is good. Nobody really cared about it. I used it a bunch of times, but Infernal compasses can no longer be crafted. That was the big news, but they will drop all over the place, and we can also get them with favors. Anyway, Infernal compasses now they are drops found in torment difficulties only, but also in the Cuirass City. Number of waves will be randomly rolled in Infernal compasses, and all runs of Infernal Hordes will have a maximum revive. Nobody cares about revive. Maybe. Difficulty of the Infernal Horde will be determined by the difficulty level. Yeah, which is a good change. Like the smart dungeon keys, we're gonna have like smart Infernal Hordes. Number of revives, blah blah, that's softcore thing, nobody cares. New key binding has been added to change from run to walk. And that's probably more of a PC thing, because on console you just push lighter the thumbstick, and that's how it works. Paragon level now displays properly on character names played, such as in the menu or friends list. Gems and runes can now freely swap without needing to visit the jeweler. Oh boy, that's good. Trying to socket the gem into a 2-socket item that's already full. The bottom gem will be removed and the new gem will become the top gem. Okay, that's good. If you try to socket a gem into an item that has one or more runes in it, all runes are automatically removed. Okay, that's quite the news. Blacksmith cache now requires 5 forgotten souls to craft. That's the allowance cache. Mythic unique item crafting has been adjusted. Yeah, they mentioned it. Now we can generate a random mythic with 2 sparks, which is good. A specific one can be crafted with runes. Now it's at the blacksmith, not the alchemist. Guaranteed to be dropped from the following sources: boss encounters throughout the Vessel of Hatred campaign, Whisper Caches, world bosses, first time reward for clearing the stronghold, magic runes only. Impairment reduction will no longer appear on items, only on the Paragon board, right? Bug fixes. Fix the issue with the Rambo legendary Paragon node has inaccurate tooltip. Broglyph didn't properly count bonus. Barbed carapace and tougher nails could double dip. Yeah, that was the thing. The thorns thing. It probably saw the bugged thorns builds on the PTR, so that's how it was achieved with those things. Extreme amounts of thorns. Yep. Druid. Oh boy, where do we start? Necro has only one bug. Fixed an issue where the Abyssal Glyph did not grant its bonus damage to non-physical attacks. But it's for the non-physical nodes on the board. Oh boy. Stormcrow, okay, makes Raven, what is this bullet? Shred didn't hit the targeted enemy. Always critical strike, yep. Lightning Storm, double damage tempering affix did not trigger, yep. Okay, Rogue, Sork, and Frozen Orb, automatic Frozen Orb cast from Fractured Wintergrass, granted, and yep, that's how it was strong. Where the certain fire and cold damage effects didn't work properly with Enlightenment, that's a new passive. Just an issue where increased chance to spawn familiar was not displayed in the familiar description after acquiring an enchantment master legendary paragon node. Oh boy. Fixed an issue where the frozen orb cast from an enchantment effect could be triggered when casting skill on cooldown while channeling Incinerate. Wow, that probably made it very strong. Rogue, what's there? Advanced Flurry could be lost after healing. Those autocasts, huh? They broke the game. Poison Cloud from Poisonous Clouds could trigger lucky hits. Well, shouldn't it trigger lucky hits? That's weird. Why not? Eventually, the visual effect and the actual area of effect did not match the Scoundrel's Kiss rapid fire cast. I know they were like looking for this ring a lot, especially initially. Duration of Dance of Knives was shorter than intended. So probably not gonna be like Diablo 3, like just spin, push a button, spin. Fixed an issue where Dance of Knives could become unable to be cast if the skill was used repeatedly while no charges were available. Yeah. Let's see this. Fixed an issue where the larger numbers could become eligible in vendor and character menus. Okay, fixed an issue where the description of the exquisite blood did not properly display how many would be used to summon Lord Zero. It's 12 now, it's not 9 anymore, it's 12. Misk. Fixed an issue where the stealth effect the Shroud of False Dead wouldn't be broken by mercenaries or minions dealing damage. We wouldn't know about this in any way. Why share it like this? Fixed an issue where the summoning monsters at the beginning of a Legion event could be displaced when running into them on your mounts using Spur. Oh boy. Does anyone even do Legions now? Because those were a thing like before level 60 or something. When level limit was 100. Let's see, the new talisman fixed an issue where the progression could become blocked for the eyes of the enemy quest when trying to place the Locran's talisman. Fixed an issue where the guaranteed critical strike and overpower from the Cax and Zan runes could be consumed by non-damaging abilities. Yeah. That's a good example of what I was talking about this rune word. Because you never know like which thing from all the things you spam is gonna crit and overpower. Fixed an issue where legendary aspect and temporary affixes that are not usable by your class would occasionally function when using a skill of another class with rune words. Yeah, that's a good fix. As part of this fix, classes will no longer be able to equip items with tampering or legendary affixes that are class specifics for another class. So, yeah, they literally keep destroying those rune words. Maybe I'm gonna keep repeating it, but what we need to see in those rune words is like Diablo 2 style rune words, like use the runes and get additional bonuses from combining specific runes. The list might not be so big, but like give us at least 1 or 2 affixes when combining affixes, especially with all the nerfs to rune words. Now I think that's gonna be pretty much required, but I wouldn't expect much from Blizzard anyway, because that's my favorite. Various performance, UI, visual, and stability improvements. Okay, so to sum it up, most of the important things I was posting on my X account while watching the campfire and while reading here. But overall, I can see that they're trying, but I think they're still very, very far from where even they want to see this game be, right? Even like they said, it's the more things to break. So not gonna waste your time with some high expectations. Overall, it's not so bad. It's getting there. But to be honest, like I've said many times before, especially during the last week, I'm more excited about the expansion after this one, which would probably give us the opportunity to go to Westmarch. Hopefully some Crusader or Paladin Holy Warrior class. And Diablo in the Diablo game, for fuck's sake! Anyway, yeah, not much more to add here, not generally impressed. We're not gonna main the Tarzan class. When the Vessel of Hatred rolls out, I'm probably gonna do Necro, destroy the campaign quickly, and maybe play with some friends. We'll see how that goes, but definitely gonna do like a slow lore run, like talk to NPCs, watch the cutscenes and everything. So we're not gonna be blasting the first few hours maybe, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, again, not much more to add here. We'll see how it plays. What opportunities to break the game we're gonna have this time, because I'm serious, there are probably gonna be many, especially on the Spiritborn, but yeah. About build crafting, not much has changed there, except we're gonna do like more damage, have more DR, not gonna have to rely on gear as much, so that's quite hardcore friendly. Yeah, maybe there might be minor changes, especially for the blood builds on the Necros, like we saw here. Meta is quite shifted, especially on the Sork. Okay, I guess that's gonna be it for now, folks. I'll go get some snack, maybe start a new stream playing something. Maybe this game, maybe another one, we'll see. Stay tuned, see you on the next one. Zeiss out, take care.